can go here on. I can make everyone see it. Do. Should be like.
Oh, they're old chip, old fucking.
Did you do this?
I went there before, so it's probably in my save.
Should be like that.
This is the
So
thing.
You just straight up type the address.
Well, this is his. It's only we can only see it. It's only on our network.
Okay.
Now it should have HTTP. Oh, that's what I did. Yeah, I haven't opened it up. It should be.
Oh, that's address to your server.
Well, yeah, should. Why not? Oh, because it's. I'll figure it out. // That work?
I just wanted. I know that it's ridiculous to talk about. I want to tell you that Phil is losing his mind. Asmongold's video got 1 million views in one day. Everyone went to Phil's channel and downloaded all his videos and was talking all kinds of shit. And he's extremely pissed.
Well, I mean, he's hanging on by a thread, okay?
And he's like, fuck him. He's just lying about me and he's taking everything out of context.
No.
But it's crashing down around him now. I love it.
That's so funny.
I mean, just think of it like this. If you get an exposure where you get 1 million fucking eyes on you in a day, and you don't get one more person on your stream to watch you,
Yes,
not
that's
one?
That's you, yeah.
What's the problem here, bud? Oh, it's you. Did nothing change for him?
Yeah, I feel like you have to attract, like, when you get that many people looking at your thing.
You didn't
You're
get a single fan from that.
I mean, he had the opportunity to convert me to a fan, but he converted me to a hater.
Exactly. That's what happens. I just hate him so much. I don't know why.
I'm getting
Sorry.
Why is it not working? Jude, what's wrong with you?
I don't know what I did, and I'm worried that if I go in there and it's off or something, it should look like that.
I clicked on it before and it worked from my phone.
Oh, I did it.
What's wrong?
I did it. It's fine.
Oh, there it is. Jude made this.
It's not that impressive, but it's now hosting on our network a wiki page that I've written all this.
You designed it and stuff?
I didn't, not really. I would like to design it more.
But you wrote everything?
I wrote all this text on, yeah. I want to write more.
That's really cool.
But
wow. So anybody can come to this?
Like, not now, because I would like this to at least, I want to have one.
He's still working on it, so it's only hosted on ours, so
cool.
only we can see it.
Yes.
That's cool. That's how Wikipedia started.
Yeah. But
it's just a handful of dudes updating that thing.
But
I think they said there's like 12 people that do the most contributing to Wikipedia.
It's probably something crazy like that, at least for English Wikipedia. What else can I do? It's like
Y'all don't mind I let a little bit of that cool air in, right?
What? No.
I just want some of that fresh fall air in here.
that works, and I think if I like do, there's something else. Is it like 800? Does that do something? No. There's
Lightbringer, you suck.
There's another one that I don't remember because I mean, it's just on my computer. I could just go there instantly. But
I was just kidding.
I could check. You could see if you knew how to do get there, and then you also knew the password. The other stuff I host a. Is it?
Why'd it break again?
What's going on?
I don't know what's going on.
Let me think. Hmm.
Oh, I know the problem.
What?
Wait, no, I don't know the problem.
Well, what do you think it was?
I thought something else was going on. It wasn't happening. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
I guess it's working now.
This is how I get into the rest of it. The password is some very long string, so I don't even remember it, but at least I think, right? Yeah, no, it is. One, two, three.
I've never had it break before, so this is weird that it kept doing it. But I got it to work again. I've never had that happen before.
But what did you do to fix it?
I just reloaded it.
Restart the system.
No,
You restarted just OBS.
I reloaded VideoTube and OBS.
All right. You can see this is why I've always been a little confused,
You have
right?
too many problems, programs running at once. Is your RAM real low or something?
No, I restarted the whole computer and I only have the minimum stuff running.
You can see, like, look at this. This is just what you got. These two, these are the main kinds of men and women, right? You can see, I think these are pretty similar in that vein. I mean, look, how many of them are just even have ears, right?
But look, they have like thousands of people watching them.
Well,
so
that's fine, but I mean, you can go down. If you go down even to like the lowest, right?
I was so confused when people got super mad at that one guy who, like, I guess he has a weird, like, baby furry as his, like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about.
I think I saw some Twitch streamer just open up Twitch and it was there, and he was
Yeah.
like,
For front page,
And people are so mad about it, and I'm like, why are you so mad about it, though? Like, it's just, they're like, it's an adult
That's pedo
man.
shit, that's why.
And I'm like, no, he's just being a weird dude. But, like, what's the problem?
I don't know about. It's just weird.
What's that person?
That is actually.
Click on that one.
I don't really have a problem with furries and shit, but once you start bringing diapers and shit into it, that's pedo shit.
Oh, come on.
黒髪ボブの女の
That's
子
cool.
That one looked really cool.
マジでこれ誰にも見せてないよ
That is really cool. Think about how like.
多分友達とかにも見せてないかも友達にも見せて
It's
ないし
probably not
会社の
even that computationally like intense. Still probably like quite, but
に
much lighter than it would
だ
have
から
been
なんか
like 10 years ago.
Does it, does
みたいな
her
話
whole
が
body move?
うん
Oh, it's just over her face.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot more
デ
sense.
ータどっかにあん
That's cool.
You know what's like. I understand why, because it seems strange, but honestly, Snapchat did not get enough love for really pushing the technology forward.
Who's that guy over there, live video?
Yeah, if Snapchat really, TikTok took a lot from Snapchat.
Yep.
It froze again.
Really? All these filters and shit everyone's using, that's what Snapchat started.
Mhm.
They started the shit.
Why is it freezing? again.
Did you restart anything?
All I did was mess with the connection to OBS again. What has gone wrong?
The gear gremlin got you.
I
Me too. I'll leave it all alone and then I'll come in the next day and shit won't work.
This has never happened to me before.
it's
In all the years of me using these programs.
It's fine. I think it's I don't think it's a connection problem.
I mean, I didn't touch it. We've been sitting here. You've been looking at that. That is not connected to that.
Huh. But now again, I'm not even saying getting mad at any of the individual people, right? That's not the point.
You didn't click on that guy I wanted to see.
I did.
You did?
It
No.
was not that. It
No.
was. He was. That's. I was there for
He
a
was
second.
lame.
This is another
What about
sizable.
that chunky one? This girl is drawing.
See, even though I will admit that this is a different look, right? Why are so many of them cute?
I don't like the childlikeness of a lot of them.
A lot of them are either cute
Or that
Or-
tits out.
or attractive, right? They're
Or they're both. Like, these girls with their tits out don't even look like they're 12 years old 90% of the time.
but my issue is not just so I'm understood. It's not necessarily with any of the individual people.
Right?
It's just strange that the entire culture is like that, and I've never seen a single just sort of there's one superhero I've never seen, which is strange because they're very popular. But I also haven't seen just a fantasy, archer or mage or anything like that.
It's always got to be some cute little fucking.
Right. If it is a fantasy mage, then it's a very cute or attractive one. Someone else who I'm not saying that I support everything this person's ever done, but just in terms of what they did for pushing the culture forward and a lot of the aesthetic preferences, Dr. Disrespect I mentioned. That guy was very prolific.
I agree. I think he doesn't get enough attention for how.
But he doesn't
production
create
quality.
all of that stuff. He has a team.
Sure, but it's his.
Yeah, but Miyazaki doesn't draw the. He doesn't draw the frames.
Yeah.
But when my only issue is that when what's his name talks about how he got into streaming, he had people approach him and be like, "All right, we want to do this stuff, and you're gonna be the face of it."
Just Dr. Disrespect?
Yeah.
Sure, but for so long he was making YouTube videos as his character. He wasn't. It's not like he was a complete industry
Team or
plant.
not, they still are way above everybody else in production quality,
Yeah.
and that's something that I don't really see many people doing it like him.
No, it's also disappointing that he came on the scene, was one of the first big streamers to play a character, which wasn't new for YouTube videos necessarily, but for whatever reason not so big on Twitch.
Wear the costume and shit.
Yeah, but then after he left, not many people were able to pick up the mantle.
No.
After he was banned, and someone else who definitely not. Okay, this person's honestly way worse than Dr. Disrespect, which is impressive. But does anyone here even know who Ice Poseidon is?
Yeah.
That guy was so innovative.
Yeah.
Maybe bad. Maybe he shouldn't have been so innovative.
That's
What he
I'm
was doing.
saying. Dr. Disrespect is an asshole, but you can't deny that the production quality of his streams is better than anyone's. And that he definitely has raised the bar.
Yeah.
He's live probably right now. He's unbanned and all that shit. Making through that controversy.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh. What? What? Oh. Okay, this is... I can't leave. There's a circle around us. This guy is just far above my level.
Do you think you'll be able to beat him?
I mean, I could, but it would be death by a thousand. It's called Abragor. He was just sitting around and...
There's a, are you playing Tainted Grail?
Yeah.
Yeah, at nighttime there's a fucking the dude that'll come chase you, run away.
No, this...
19 or some shit. He'll fuck you up.
This guy was just sitting...
He just got you one time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to mess with him until I am...
But it's also not wise to run around at night in that game. That mob that comes and chases you is actually pretty fucking annoying. Now I got to the point where I could one-shot him and fucking... It's still annoying.
Wow.
The heck?
It's still working?
It's okay.
Something weird. I tried to switch over to that and it glitched out for a second.
It was probably just a conflicting keybind.
No,
No?
I shouldn't have any conflicting keybinds. I can't believe that this is the problem now.
It's okay.
Come here.
I assume you have never heard of Ice Poseidon? I'm surprised he does, but honestly...
I haven't really watched much of him, but I've heard the name.
I'm
aware he's an OG or whatever.
He was like one of the first IRL streamers.
Right.
I don't know. I don't think he was literally the first to ever do it, but he definitely... He was so serious about it and was like one of the first people to do like streaming.
Did he do some nuisance shit where he went out and fucking harassed people?
He wouldn't... He would harass people simply by streaming near them. He didn't really go up to people and say like "fuck you," but he cultivated just such an awful fan base that he had to do all kinds of things to make sure that everywhere he went, the police would be called. And so, one time, I think like one of the worst examples was in his genius decided he was going to. He mentioned. He was going to an airport, and he streamed himself going to the airport, and then he even mentioned which gate he was in, and then...
Okay, I don't know why everyone's finding me.
No, this... just to show how crazy... Like, how crazy he was with how often he would stream. When he first started, he lived in some shitty apartment, and it was just... Like, it was... everyone knew what his address was. Mm-hmm. And he would frequently have viewers just come to his fucking house where he lived, and they would just show up on the stream.
No, dude.
No. That's why I say he was just like...
Yeah, people don't do that shit no more.
No, it was weird to do it at the time, but he was... And I never really watched him. I just know him for how serious he took it, how he was one of like the... just first major streamers. He still kind of streams. I think the last time I heard about him is because he ran a crypto scam.
Yep, it sounds about par for the course.
It was really funny too, where he said before he ran it that he couldn't do a crypto thing because he would just take all the money, and then he came made one, and then he was like, well, I'm not going to take all the money. And then when he did, and someone was like, hey man, you should give it back, he said, I don't want to because I have it. Just straight up.
Right.
If you've ever heard of what was his name? Has any okay, this one's like getting very precise. Does anyone know about Burger Andy? Or just the Twitch lingo to say Andy?
I know like what a wow Andy is and shit. Like, when you're a big fan of a certain thing.
The whole Andy terminology comes from Ice Poseidon.
Oh.
That's how like prolific he was. It started because there was a guy he had two people on his stream, and one was white from America and one was Asian from I don't even know where, but they were both named Andy. So then they just started calling the Asian one Asian Andy.
Yeah.
And then there was another guy who was called Burger Planet, and his name wasn't Andy, but they started calling him Burger Andy. And they would just harass him.
Kind of just stuck.
Look up, if you ever want to see something just awful, I think Burger Andy Worm, where he's just, they say if you eat a worm, we'll let you on the bus. You don't get to see him eat the actual worm, but he's just sitting outside the bus like, hey, let me on. Hey, let me on. They're like, nah, man, no. And the door slowly closed in front of him. He's like, but I ate a worm. God, for how bad Twitch is now, I feel like people maybe are a little too hateful towards it, because it's definitely better in a lot of ways than before.
That's what I want to do. I just want to make your character really emotive, and then you just talk, and I just over here clicking the buttons to match your emotions, your voice. And that's just my job because you're Asmongold level popular.
I think that this is. I always did wonder, like, because I would look at the VTubers and I thought, or like all of them, and I just always thought they were a little like. They were just kind of lame always, right? I just did not share aesthetic preferences. Sometimes they would be comical, but when they were comical, it was often because they were going in like an extreme, like it was funny how sexualized they were, or it's funny how grotesque they looked. And I don't think it's that funny if you're like super grotesque, but it is funny to me if you are the light bringer.
I see an overabundance of dudes that have women avatars. It's very, very common.
I've seen it before.
I just don't want to be an anime chick, right? And that seems to be like what I'm required to be, right? So that's why like the first one I ever made was a little cartoon clown.
You should go do it backwards and make it dude.
I thought about that. I thought, wouldn't it be funny if I was like a super masculine dude avatar with like a
all the
little
dudes
girl
make
voice?
Little feminine chicks. You should be a masculine dude.
Well, I wanted to ask Jude, like, I did ask you this morning, did you want me to make like the version of him not as a superhero? And did you want, like, if you wanted me to make like the girl character, like I don't know if you have friends that are gonna want to do this with you that need their own avatars that are within this universe or what?
Did I just make? I'm sorry. What did I just do?
What did you do?
I
Hi, y'all.
just gonna. Okay, surely I will never, ever, ever need to make more lockpicks again.
You make 100 of them by accident.
Well, I, I think I can fail crafting,
Yeah.
and so I thought, okay, I'm just gonna create a lot of lockpicks to hopefully level up my crafting. So, crafting. Okay, you know what? Sure. I'll craft. Okay. I will continue. So my understanding for this game, I came in and people would often say that this was like I don't know, maybe a double A studio's attempt. So a smaller studio's attempt at doing a Skyrim like game. And so I thought, well, the big thing with Skyrim that like at least to me is fairly famous is its damn stealth archer gameplay. How a lot of people play
That's
as
what I always rolled as.
yes. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna play as a stealth archer in this game, and I believe that is actually the worst possible decision. Every other class seems to be so much stronger. Okay, so if you're, as an example, if you're a melee character, to use the stronger melee weapons, you need a higher strength. But also strength improves your usage of stronger melee of those melee weapons. To be an archer, to get stronger with your bows, you need to have a higher dexterity. But to use the better bows, you need a higher strength. So I just need to. I have to split up my points. Not.
That's why I think I ended up rolling mage.
Mage starts off with such a powerful spell.
Oh yeah, I found a few that made everything cake.
I'm okay with that, but I think it is a little strange. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, that game was made by like a team of like 10 people.
Wow. Me rest so I can go talk to. Seemingly, there's like an inverse problem in the Tainted Grail world than in our world, where people who are looking to start their own business in our world always want to start a restaurant. But in this world, it seems like even the people who have damn cabbage and tomato and parsley outside their storefront, everyone wants to be a blacksmith. I don't want more weapons. I need flour.
Those holier than thou soldier boys have no idea what it is to be a merchant in this sorry world. The thing? Alright. I don't know where she. And yes, you'll get.
Look. A traveler's robe, traveler's pants, axes, a sketchbook. Why the hell would I want to sketch anything? Fine.
Oh yeah, that is kind of a cool feature in that game. It's like taking the screenshots, but it makes a drawing of what you're looking at. It's
Huh.
kind of cool. I remember that.
Well, I've bought it. Allows scouting. Okay. And now,
What are you looking at, Bobby?
so I don't know if there's a way to search. Uh, I'm off to see the wizard. I want to use streaming as an excuse partially to play all the role playing games that I just don't fucking see the point in playing. I get to there are some games I've just wanted to play, but I will know that I will never ever complete them. This is one of them. You know what's another one I've wanted to try, but I know that I will just be fucking fall off immediately. I would like to play the Avatar video game and perhaps even watch the Avatar movies, but I know I'm going to get the most bored instantly. Hunting bow is worse, so I will not use it. Okay, awesome. Did I just... No, that's a light bow. Oh, come on.
What are you doing? Escape?
You know, did you hear what Guillermo del Toro said about the Avatar movies?
What did he say?
He said he's seen the third one and it's amazing. It's one of the best films ever.
You lie.
I
Bobby, no, Bobby. In the hallway. Oh.
You level up so much faster in this game than I'm used to. I can't even like. I keep looking over. It's I have such a and just smirking at the fact that I get to be the light bringer. There are pigs in this game. Okay, I can't even like.
I gotta redraw it though so we can fix the gloves and stuff.
You kind of agree with my. You see what my.
No, I do. I just wanted your opinion. You know?
Mm.
I think that he looks better with his little little hair waving, but you don't agree with that.
The hair waving I could see, but
The cape you didn't like.
the cape is too far.
Okay.
Your gold belongs to us. You made a big mistake. This is going to hurt. Your Ronin.
Like, look at this. Look at how much damage I'm gonna do with my sword. And how I could just, like, I can just dash in and out. Let's see.
Your wealth is ours.
Let's try to just.
You're no match for our band. We'll make short work.
There we go. Okay. God, fucking finger. He's.
He's a happy guy.
I need to, like, really. You know, like, what would his what would be my, because my idea, which is, I feel like it's good for scalability, right? Because I'm a Lightbringer multiverse variant. Should I kill this pig? I
I mean,
felt
we can start adding more stuff, you know. We can start figuring out how to add, like, just assets is what they call them, you know, and you can do things like if you want it to, like, have light flash for a second or something like that, you know.
I would need, now this is one thing I would want to change from the actual Lightbringer. The actual Lightbringer actually wears a wig, and he does not have
You did it again.
the real Lightbringer does not actually have blonde hair. I want to actually have blonde hair, so because I do like the idea that I can go out of the costume, but then I feel like it needs to still be clear that I have a lineage, right? If I was just if I was just a guy with brown hair, all of a sudden I think it would get too confusing.
So you want a non-costume look, but the same basic structure? You want the little falling hair? You want him to wear a shirt that says "I love DSP"?
No.
Yeah, if I could,
Bring shame on this house.
if I could collab with DSP, I probably wouldn't, just because I'm afraid he's cursed or something and it would rub off on me. But
You'd still do it.
I would want to, but should you? I don't know. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm. I feel like for your Lightbringer stream, you have to have more of a Lightbringer aesthetic. Like, we have to make a whole background that looks like poorly drawn.
Yeah, I need to be clear. Like, I'm like, I don't know. Should I have like a oh?
With the green screen kind of just draw something.
Would I have like
well, that's what I mean. I have to draw a whole landscape that looks right.
Yeah, would I be gaming from the Lightbringer cave? Or would I be like just in front of the city? I feel like
you would have a window that would show the city, right? And then you would be inside a room with a TV and everything.
because I feel like, yeah, part of the idea should be that I do fight crime sometimes. This is just for community service, right? Why the fuck this is the first time I've ever seen one of those, and it was for the damn pig. How did that? It didn't even miss. He just didn't die.
Jude wants me to take him to a restaurant called Two Sisters.
It doesn't actually have to be two sisters, you know.
We can go have sushi again today.
I would. Anywhere would be fine. I'm so happy that I'm the Lightbringer. I want you to know when I said it, I was like literally thinking, okay, let my imagination run wild. Right? What would I pick?
I told you I could do it for you.
You did not disappoint.
I think it turned out.
Mid, but that's, you know.
Not to me. To me, I love him.
I feel like we could make it better, you know. But I feel like, you know, for my first go at it.
I would come up with all kinds of like I feel like I should sketch out what the description would be because you know Twitch's got like the description. I think my Lightbringer, he's already famous in his world, right? He is streaming to do this is like you know this police who you have you ever seen like the military or police do Twitch streams before, right? He's just doing community outreach, right? This is in his time off when he's not fighting crime. That's also a great way to send off the stream. It's like, sorry, I need to go save the world.
Damien's concerned that this is a copywritten character.
That is what's so good about the Lightbringer is actually he's public domain. And originally the Lightbringer was copyrighted, but due to the immense shame of writing such a terrible comic, Love Hog released him into the public domain.
Open source it.
So he is public domain now, so you're allowed to do as much as you want with it.
Yeah, I can find and he wrote it out. Let me see if I can find the exact message. It's so good.
I just want to make sure, like, you know, you can reference everything. I am the Lightbringer, the Spider-Man.
Let me read out top the floor. Okay. I'm gonna skip over a lot of the text, right? Just so I can get to the meat and potatoes here. Now, what does me releasing it to the public domain mean exactly? Well, it means the character and the pages that I produce, you'd have to check with the other artists themselves for use their artworks until releasing my work into the public domain, are free to be printed, reused, and altered by people in any way they see fit. If you want to create your own story and use all the characters in Lightbringer with it, even horribly mutate them as some kind of catharsis for hating me for some reason, and then print it for money, yep, that's completely within your right. If you want to tell new stories with the Lightbringer and the characters, you're free to do so as well. That being said, once you create something with it, that is yours to see fit. No one else can reproduce your work with the character. That you basically create something new and original with your hands. It just means if someone else wants to make their own interpretation. My point of reading that is to say,
yes,
Carter Granholm cannot sue us.
Nope.
There's not. I called him Carter Granholm. That's the character. Lewis Lovehog has signed away the right, and this is all above board. I can link you the exact post. There's more there.
All right.
But.
Okay. Thanks, Lovehog.
All right, that answers my question.
You should try to keep an alarming amount of I don't mind somebody thinking of them. Sadly, that's not unusual in these parts. The South. Thank you.
Your friends don't need me to make them little characters to go in this universe with you?
Forget a gas.
No. I'd make them pay you.
We don't have to pay.
I just want you guys to be able to stream and stuff, and you do whatever you want to do.
I like that I'm the library. I need to think.
If you download this app, the VideoTube app, you can get it for free, I think, the mini one, which is all you'll need for what I'll give you. And then you can take the files I make and just upload them and use them however you want. Or I think you can even use it with Discord if I just give you the picture files.
Yeah. What? I mean, now I will say for copyright, because if we're taking the claim very seriously, you did trace someone that was not Love Hog's art, right? and you did trace that, which does mean that that person would own the copyright to that.
But I looked at it. I changed a bunch of stuff on that, and I compared my picture to the picture that I used for a base, but it's not the same.
Yes, I do believe that it is within the, like, I personally believe that is allowed. Oh, what the
Because
hell?
when I actually did this one, I traced mine. I did one, right? The first one I did using that one image, and then I went back over it, and I was comparing them, and I think the one I made originally looks more like 90s Batman than it does look like the original image that I was using to trace or whatever. And then I used this one. Then I used my one that I drew to do this one. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So now I'm already 2 times away from it.
I believe that it is perfectly within the law, but I'm telling you that at least for using the Lightbringer, saying, because the first claim was, can I say I'm the Lightbringer? That is allowed. I don't know the case law. I personally believe that what you're doing is fine.
I think that you're allowed to use something as like a... I didn't use it to like just trace it, right?
Yeah.
Which is the thing. If you just trace something, then it is... They can show like how all the lines are exactly the same, but my lines are not the same.
I think literally worst case scenario.
Because I use it as a reference. You're allowed to use something as a reference.
Yes. I agree with you, but I also believe that in worst case scenario, if the original creator of that came and saw it, right? This was like, and they were like, okay, 10 years later, you've used my work. They would probably say, can you pay me $50, right?
Right.
I doubt they would want to go to court over it.
You would, I mean, only if you were like Asmongold level famous and they thought they could get some money out of it.
Frankly, if I was Asmongold level famous and they wouldn't want to touch me, because they would be like, I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, let's go to court. I'll run you out of money, right?
But I think it's fine. Yeah.
I agree. Look at me. That's so... and like I said, I'm so happy that he said those words specifically. Like, you can do anything with the character. It is public domain. In the blog, in the blog post, I think he even said he didn't do it partially out of shame because he doesn't even like this guy anymore. Buzz off, man. I think it's the best thing he's ever made. Without a doubt. Not that there's anything wrong with being a critic, I don't think so. But I've noticed a few people who like... I mean, honestly, it's kind of like the fucking movie The Menu. A lot of people who like to do criticism feel a lot of shame whenever they try their own hand at actually, making like one of the original works.
Right.
Which I don't think you got to feel at all.
I dreamed last night, Damien, that the whole world had turned pluribus on me.
Really? Everybody was all happy and you're miserable?
It wasn't that. I was just... They were all connected and I was not. And I was like, cool.
Alright, well, can I have a plane, please? I'd like to take a flight.
Can you go get me Air Force One? Air Force One's being taken by that Spanish guy. Can I have Air Force Two then?
He's the bringer of my dreams. I can't think of my name. I can think of so many other elements. Like, I should have, like... I think my Lightbringer should have his own, light cave. Right? In his world, he's already successful.
Yeah, you're going to be an alternate universe version, right?
I think him being an alternate universe bringer allows for just good scalability. Because, I mean, even you could have the original Lightbringer. I'm thinking for a Halloween, like imagine on Halloween or for something, it's like now I'm a different version of him. you know, like 2099 or Noir or something. And then for one holiday, you could even be like just the original style, really poor artistry bringer. I'm the light bringer. It's also nice if I don't have to be beholden to the original text too much. Because, you know, push comes to shove, someone asked me what my how a furniture business works and what I sell in my furniture store, as that is what the original Lightbringer's day job was. What a weird decision, by the way. Like, journalist is like a big one for a superhero to be. Like, Peter Parker is like a journalist, and Superman's a journalist. I can't, or like something heroic at all. Like, what's his name? I think the Green Lantern was like an Air Force pilot. Like, he was in the Air Force somehow. I don't remember exactly. He was a fighter pilot. But then the Lightbringer runs a sort of just moderately successful furniture store. Oh. Hollow Druid. Hello. Awesome. Okay. The Lightbringer. I think I'll get better at this part of it, but another thing that's kind of sad for the Archer playstyle is that the world is incredibly foggy. So it's a little hard to snipe someone from like a million miles away.
There was an update to OBS yesterday, and that could have broken some stuff. Because it automatically updated without me giving it permission. I did just change something that ChatGPT said for me to change, so that might fix the dropping problem. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps dropping the connection like that. It did it again.
What an amazing...
only gives permission for Lightbringer, does that mean you can't use his like girl character as self-insert characters?
Well, let's see. If you want to create your own story and use all the characters in Lightbringer with it,
Okay.
even horribly mutilate them as some kind of catharsis for hating me.
Okay.
So.
He said any character within the show. Got it. Comment.
Yes. The random wolf attack has really caught me off guard. How many little... there's more. Okay, fine. I'll eat. Oh, fucking... Whoa. Why'd a bear come through? I can't... I was okay with the 7 wolves ambushing me in my corpse eater, but the anomalous bear, that's when you and I are going to have a falling out, mate. Hell no. Okay, so like you and I here, this is a conflict between us, and I would like it to just stay that way. Okay, that's a wolf. I just knew the thing attacking me was a damn wolf. Let's just stay away from the bear. One thing I do like about this game, as opposed to like a Skyrim, is that I definitely feel that the monsters are like a threat to me. When I play Skyrim, I always kind of feel like if I see a bear, I can take it on. If I see a saber-tooth tiger, I can feel like
a giant that flings you into the fucking solar system when he hits you.
Yeah, the enemies that are more dangerous to me are usually in like specialized locations, and it's easier to avoid them. Here, I was just kind of a bear just kind of appeared, and it killed me, which I do like.
You better watch your back more.
So if I give spoiled meat, I get... Okay. 6 spirituality and 6 endurance. I don't even have the levels. If I dumped everything into spirituality and endurance, I still wouldn't even have enough. I'm not nothing but a peasant, you bully. bear killed me from behind, but that's just a theory. One of the games I've actually played like a decent amount of recently has been, I was on archive.org and I was looking through just some old software, just curious, and I found something that apparently was sold on Real's store shelves. It was something like, it was like 666 Doom levels made by just people on forums, I guess, in the 90s. And I was like, okay, I'll see if I can get it to work. And it was a hassle to get those old things to actually function on anything. But once I did, the levels were awful. And I played a lot of them.
You say Doom?
Yeah, Doom. What is that? Like, that could be a person there. Gulp. You see what I mean when I say that the archer here is a little tough to play as, because there are like 2 to 3 people there right in front of me. Where the hell? This guy, like, right there. Ooh. Ooh. Can I equip? 2 endurance, 5 spirituality. Let's see, there's a... I'm gonna assume that... Oh, well, garbage here, but it's worth a decent amount. I'm just gonna not really care, because I haven't found a great use of money yet anyways. Okay. Moss from a cursed well. I'm glad I can identify that out of a crowd. Because I don't know if I would immediately notice what moss from a cursed well looks like. I'd probably just think that's junk. Summon Grindilo. Okay. Yeah.
Master favors me. I nest of the Alpha clan, and that's my real name. I'm nothing like that nameless fool Gromar. I'll admit, getting caught was my mistake, but his men had the numbers. Gromar might be an oaf, but I can't deny he's got some talent for banditry. That woman takes you mean by the business, doesn't she? Can't say I blame her. In times like these, everyone has to look after their own skin. They took everything I had, but I managed to hide Orla's package before they caught me. You can dig it up and take it to her. She'll pay you, and we'll be even. Consider it my thanks for freeing me. Ah, I see you don't know much about the Dalriata. No surprise there. Our elders keep us in the mountains, and the world seems to be forgetting about us. In the Dalriata, you have to earn a name. You choose a father, go through the trials, all of it. You need to prove yourself worthy of your clan. If you fail, you're not worthy of carrying a name. You get exiled. So,
Alright.
know what rattles around in that not that he got very far. Dalriata women decide for them. He probably thought if he kept me here long enough, I'd soften up. Easy. Finally, thanks. You didn't happen to kill that big old Gromar no face. Well, honor to him.
Awesome.
Would you guys like me to put the duck in the oven if it's defrosted?
That'd be nice.
I'll go check on it.
Do it.
If there is not a tough boss fight in this game,
Which one?
in Tainted Grail,
I don't know, honestly. I haven't made it that far.
I try to not play a game if I don't think I will beat it. Which might be a bit silly.
Yeah. I'm really bad about not finishing games.
No, I see this one here, and I'm like, I for a while, I probably wouldn't play this game if I wasn't streaming it. It's just something about it's not even necessarily bad. The writing is just this, like, it's interesting.
Yeah, I like the story. Like you're trying to help King Arthur.
resemble the work of the Foredwellers. Yet, I met some people who sought to unravel these mysteries. Most of them were Picts. I allowed them to explore Avalon without my oversight. And so, I remember that the royal geographers came to be. My favorite band of adventurers. True pathfinders. Avalon owes them a great debt.
Ah. Okay. I just talked to King Arthur, and he mentioned that because he's the King Arthur and he traveled to this land, which is like England, that he met the Picts here. And Picts are just like a real. We don't know what happened to them, really. They're sort of mysterious because they didn't write anything down. But I just find it amusing. It'd kind of be like if there was some grand fantastical story in the United States and it mentioned like Inca or like something like that. Or more like the Olmec. Oh. God, these little red caps are fast. Oh, actually died by one. I would love if I was allowed to like zoom in. Okay. I'm getting. I could face all sorts of enemies, but these two goblins, they're like the hardest foe I've faced. Which is strange because I've been able to kill so many more goblins in greater number. Called the red caps. Okay. What even is a red cap? I need to what um okay. Apparently their hats are red because they dip them in people's blood, and that's why they're consumable. I feel bad. I feel like I honestly was looking at them and I thought maybe I'm wrong. I came up with in my head, I was thinking, oh, the reason why it must be that the red caps are consumable is because they're like red cap mushrooms. They're mushrooms, but no, they are not mushrooms at all. They are instead just little goblin beasts. That's a little lame. I can't lie. At least I find it kind of lame. I don't even think bonfires cost anything, but I can just come here, level up.
Hey, that's not for you, Bobby. What is that?
I put the duck in the oven.
You also have to fix my light.
Oh, he's broken again. Whoosh! Can you get my phone? I left it. It's in the kitchen. Ah! No! Okay.
It's kind of nostalgic. Look, you have this is an old trend.
Yep.
No one's done that in 100 years.
I'm so annoyed that something's broken.
I'm annoyed as well, but I can't really help too much.
No, I don't even know what to do exactly. I'm gonna have to go through a whole bunch of, because this has never ever happened before. I don't even have a clue.
I'm gonna go more into practicality, honestly. Huh. Strange. Apple iPhone. A fucking bear. See, it's kind of fun. I feel like I have to dynamically avoid the bear And I also feel like my mouse, okay, it was hijacked from me. What are you doing? Your iPhone is like messing with it somehow.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
I plugged into charge and it's connected to that, and it's asking if it's allowed to look at my pictures, and I keep telling it no.
When you rest, we'll go do that next quest. There's not many role-playing games I feel like that I've been really into. This world as well feels like, and it's strange because I feel like I wouldn't really expect this, but it feels like YA fantasy.
This game?
Yeah, like a lot of like the world and everything. Even the fact it's in the UK. I don't have anything against the UK, but like the weird like the fact like there's King Arthur, right? And he looks like. Can I see him? Can I see King Arthur real quick?
I'm watching your gameplay over here. I don't know if you can tell.
Okay, I can't even. Oh, hello. I can't talk to King Arthur right now, but. A lot of these fantasy games have like. Okay, I'm just gonna use the thing that's obviously better. Then I'm gonna slowly walk away from you while I regenerate all my health. Oh, come on. But, can I get up top? Can you come up? Not really. I like that everyone has entered into an alliance against me. Oh, actually, I don't think they have. Wow. A lot of the stories are centered around like you being awesome, and like what I really like to do in a RPG is join a faction, right? I would like if there's a bunch of factions for me to join and do quests in them. And I actually don't care so much about what seems so often to be like the only thing that people want to see. I don't care so much about making my own epic choices that influence the world. You know, a lot of me actually would rather just see the world be its own, you know, large thing that may not care so much. Oh shit, alright. Well, you're dead. Oh my god, die. It might seem like weird to be like, you know what, I don't even care so much about making all the epic choices. But like seriously, if you think about it, like when you make that such a important thing in the game, you sort of prioritize above everything else. Can I not? Can I get my health back? I guess not. Okay, when you prioritize it in such a way, you make it so the main character is like, oh, okay. The longbow, I assumed, just intuitively would have a higher strength requirement, but I was mistaken. You know what's a cool thing about swords? They don't actually require ammo. But my bow requires ammo, and now I'm out of that.
There you are. What are we doing, buddy?
Did about it on Facebook.
Are you fucking what? Undead are very weak. I basically, okay, I've had this idea for a while. This is huh. Huh.
What happened?
Something, it was when you opened your phone and then closed your phone. Yep, that seems to be, oh, there's still something happening.
Oh, it's touching the screen.
So that's
Because it's a touch screen.
That's why there was correlation. Okay. This is my idea here. It's probably the worst idea ever come up with, frankly, and I'm going to describe to you a game that gets negative sales, and it's so bad someone kills you in real life. But I would want to play this game. It is a fantasy game with no magic. So immediately it's like, that sounds awful, right?
I'm just confused. What is it then?
So it would take place in the apocalyptic United States, right? The world has ended. But it ended a long time ago. Can I get more copper? Okay. Yeah, so the world ended... Hey.
It stopped already? I was just looking at it. Okay. The world has ended in my game, but it ended a while ago now. So now in this apocalypse, there's many kinds, but for this one, when the world ended, it was violent and extreme. Like humanity was bombed back to the Stone Age, right? To give an example of kind of the vibe of this game, hello, demon. There are certain, like, I would want you to be able to join religious orders, right? And these religious orders would give you all kinds of quests on their own, but they would also give you, there would be like little shows of faith you could engage in. And so I would want one of the factions to be black Muslims, right? Like American black Muslims. And these black Muslims would...
you could join their faction. It doesn't matter what race you are, but you should probably something different would happen if you were black or white. Yippee. So like you could do this whole order. You could take the pledge. I am now a member of the faith, and now you are no longer allowed to eat pork, right? But you know, these pig monsters that roam the world are just like, they're a normal enemy that you would expect to see, right? And you have a hunger bar. So now it does sizably change your experience. Now every time you see one of those pig beasts, you just have to go like, ugh, okay, fine, I can't eat it. And just move on, right? Whoa. That's why I call it a fantasy game with no magic, since it exists in like a medieval world, right? If you think about it, right? If the world were to end, who's to say that we would ever get back to this point, right? There's no way to just, you know, all the surface coal has been mined. What would you do? You can't just, you know, get coal. To restart the world, you might have to go out and like have that as your intention, right? Think, okay, I'm gonna, because we invented the steam engine at one point, but we had no real use for it. Like we invented the steam engine many times, but no one really gave a shit because the conditions for making, you know, the Industrial Revolution weren't there. This world could just not ever recreate those conditions. Theoretically, I mean, the world's never ended. We don't know exactly what would happen. But it seems just as valid as thinking we would come back. So, I would like to explore that world. I've come up with like I made a little flag for it, and like a little description of one. I would like there to be like a clan society.
What if his cape glows?
Yeah, because he's the librarian. Oh, I like that. You know, like imagine in the future, there's like this, like, the world has ended, and there's this monastic order of people who descend from, like, whatever kind of, you know, fringe organizations existed in our time that were already prepping for the apocalypse, right? Like the KKK. Mm-hmm. And you go up to them, and they're like, they're still, like, you go up to their peasantry, and you can ask them questions, and some of them, they still hate Jews in the future, right? But no Jews exist. So to them, when they say they hate Jews, they genuinely just believe that there are like little forest spirits, right? That's just what they call fairies, is Jew, right?
Right.
So some people hate Jews, but some people are like, oh, well, not all Jews are bad. Sometimes, you know, if you know, leave out some food for them, they'll actually give you some good, you know, boons.
What are you on today?
What is weird about that? It's just like if the world ended and it got so far in the future, why would the hate would dissipate, right? It would just fill in for the normal roles that society was already like.
There's nowhere to go.
Oh my gosh.
Where do you think you're going? There's nowhere to go. You just get stuck there. Good boy. You silly boy.
Oh, cool.
Who goes there? Are you the one responsible for all that racket? You have to forgive them. They're a little disorient.
I like your idea for a game.
I think no one would play this.
I mean, it sounds interesting. Why not?
I would like it because it would be interesting if they were descended. I've come up with two examples, and they're like the most radical. That's because they're like because the fringe stuff is more interesting, right?
Right.
There would have to make those people seem more interesting. You would have to have just normal guys, right? I think I would love to just explore and like see, you know, those guys, like the famous clan outfit, right? If instead today we see it and we like recoil, right? Because that's awful. But in the future, I think just that feeling of immediately because you're in our world being like, aha, and then realizing, wait, he's just like an actual priest, right? You know, now they just think of that garb as like, you know, from the founders, it's very important.
They don't even know.
No, because like to them, what is the world? That sounds absurd, right? That the world used to be like that. A big thing, a big issue I have with post-apocalyptic media that I'd like to see. I don't know, but like I would like to see it changed, at least in a story. All the rest of them can be like that, but I just like to see it explored. Is that people are very prone to creating like totally new religions out of nowhere, right? If you played Fallout, there's like the Children of Adam.
Yes, and I mean, I just played the other game, and they had, they had their own religion in the Outer Worlds too.
I'm okay with there being new religions because I mean those just organically do arise, but totally new. It feels like it's weird that in a like, if the world had ended and someone came up to you and said we should worship atoms, you'd be like, what? But if someone said radiation is like it's, you know, because we don't know what it is, but the effects of radiation are actually the Holy Spirit going through you, I could imagine people like, oh, okay, I understand.
Well, I mean, do you know they used to put radiation stuff in like all kinds of like wellness stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be like drinking radiated stuff was considered like good for your health.
Sure. I mean, like it's just real religions are rarely just out of nowhere. You come up with a whole new schema of everything. Usually, you're just a heresy for the religion already near you, and then that evolves. Like, you know, the Islam starts. Muhammad was like just had a Christian friend, right? And he was just like doing Christianity at the beginning.
What about Scientology?
I mean,
That's some made up bullshit right there.
Scientology is like
super made up.
It is super made up, but he's like that one's more complicated because L. Ron Hubbard was a.
I'm just impressed. He was like, "I'm gonna make a religion, guys," and everyone was like,
"Didn't work."
Okay.
He was actually. I feel like, obviously, like people seem to think that L. Ron Hubbard was like, got into it completely, like he was just a sci-fi author, and then he was like, I want to make money and start a religion. But no, throughout his whole life, he was a weird religious nut who was like doing stuff with like actually Crowley. Like he and Crowley knew each other for a long time.
So this is kind of like Philip K. Dick, how he kind of went off the deep end and started believing in his own mumbo jumbo.
I think really, it's not that L. Ron Hubbard started believing in his own mumbo jumbo. He always believed in it, but he was always like a lower ranking member. And eventually they all died or were just less successful than him. And he was like, I can do it. Like he just became his own, like he founded his own cult basically from the other ones.
I remember because when I was a little kid, my mom had his book.
Really?
Every once in a while, there'd be a commercial on TV that would be like, "Oh, you're into this," and it would like say one of his quotes. Yeah. My mom was like into that shit.
Wow. I would like to also see in such like a universe like Scientologists, because they're preparing for the end. Do you know that? They really think the apocalypse is coming, and they have a lot of real contingency plans for if it occurs. I think genuinely, if the world were to end, Scientologists, they might die from other means, but they would exist for a little period after the bombs dropped. They have like naval operations.
Yeah.
It's weird.
They got lots of money.
It's called Sea Org.
Yeah, he does.
I know all about them.
Yeah.
And it's like dude's fucking wife disappeared, and they say she's with the Sea Org. No, I think she's somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing when I said that they kill people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It'll disappear you real quick. That's the most insane religion to me.
But like, even with Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard didn't fully make everything up from the get-go. And for all of the weird stuff, you do usually come in believing in Christianity or something. Like he says, no, you know, Jesus is real and everything, but...
Well, we have this volcano
Mhm. He was actually just a very important spirit, and yada yada yada. They don't do that in. I understand partially why, because like why they don't do it in fantasy work or like post-apocalypse stuff, because then someone could very easily get offended if they think you're implying that their religion is bad or just like the weird heretics that arise in the future. But I'm really just I don't mean it like that. I just mean things change.
That changes the way the gloves look. I don't know.
I like that. I do like that more.
I was wondering if you wanted to make the gloves black or if you want them a darker gray.
I think a darker gray would be nice. Cool.
Go to the store. We'll get you a new vape. No?
That's fine.
You don't want it.
Yeah,
I do and I don't, right? I always go over and I'm like, I need to quit this. It's making me sick. But
Well,
then,
maybe we can aim for the first of the year fucking thing like we always do. Try to quit.
again,
Yeah, okay.
Oh man.
I just gotta decide to quit. You know, I don't like saying, oh, I'm gonna do it on this day because then I
It
don't.
works better for me because then I feel like I hold myself accountable. I need to go get that dirt.
I thought you weren't getting any more.
No, I'm not ready.
How long has it been? That was pretty quick. You went through that.
It takes sometimes 2 weeks.
I don't think it was even that long.
Huh. So for
I don't
the
know. I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah, yeah, no.
I'm not jumping on your case. I'm just trying to help you.
It's gonna take me a little while to taper down.
You have my card and everything, so you can just go, right? Do you need anything from the gas station? You want soda, candy bar, chips?
I do, but I don't need it, so no.
What do you want?
Nothing. I was just saying. I'm thinking, candy bar.
You want a candy bar? What flavor candy bar? Tell Damien.
No. I don't need it. I don't want anything.
Take care of some.
Jude, Damien's getting stuff for him. You should get
Just
stuff
don't
for
buy
you.
drugs.
No. See, because you got to get far away to do more damage, so. Are you kidding me?
There's a kitty underneath my foot, but then it ran away. I think it's Willem.
Well, I don't think it's Willem because he's in here.
See, that's another. With the.
Yeah, he's here, hiding on the. He's right here.
Willem?
He's hiding behind my robes and shit on top of the filing cabinet. He need to go forward. He found his little spot. And Chuffalo is behind my monitor.
Must be a girl then. Or
Might be
maybe it's
Bobby.
Bobby.
I don't know.
There's baby girl over here.
I'm gonna take it because I don't want to read that.
Bobby's in the window.
Okay.
So it must be Grady.
I'm glad that has been solved.
We go through all the cats finding them.
Far away. trying to make my bow work as much as possible. Um, See, in a lot of those apocalyptic games, or all of them, really, you can get like a gun, right? Like one that you could buy at the store today. Like it works about the same. I would like.
Doctor?
No, that's good. I would like to see one where the world is just like. I want to see that the world did just. It genuinely ended, right? The technology has been destroyed. You could still have guns, but just not like just crummy ones, right? Like an arquebus could be fine. But not like a damn AK-47. Those things require maintenance and like tiny ass little screws that if things were really, really destroyed, just would not exist. That is not right. What is happening to this mouse? Okay. A series of highly unfortunate events took place.
I was just seeing if I could give it some like shading right behind it. Try to make it look a little more depth, but I don't think that looks good, so.
Careful there. Try not to step on the open.
Stop. What I am doing here is
I don't know if you can even tell, but I gave the face a lot of shading and stuff. So, like, where the mask rests, it kind of looks like
Like there's like it's like.
you can kind of see like a little bit of shading.
Yeah, I saw.
But it doesn't look very obvious here, but it could be because everything's pink
Is that the only thing
on
people
this,
can think
right?
of when it comes
Yeah.
to necromancy? What use would my ambition isn't to command the dead, but death itself? I aim to make Avalon a place. The problem is I keep missing something. Raising the dead is easy, but I don't want. Me, lacking. I have observed death at every stage. I have measured and weighed decaying organs. I wager there's nobody on Avalon born. The servant. This might be good at his purpose. Perhaps he's forbidden from speaking with his masters. Fine, go talk with them if you must.
This is kind of a fun side quest. that's why I said earlier, that's why I describe it like it would, this thing I'd be looking for. It would be like a fantasy game. Because it wouldn't be, like, super dry historically. There would still be all kinds of fun new factions. It would be strange, right? But there's no magic because magic's not real, right? It would be in our world that just fell. Oh no, there's a lost knight. How strong are you? Fairly fucking strong. I quite like baton pass games, but there are very, very few of these. And this is like a baton pass is where like you can hand your save over to someone else and they can keep playing. I think that's super fun just for like...
I like those kind of games.
Have you played any?
No, but I do like playing that way with people.
I know, right? There is a very peculiar kind of one of these where like you can't, it's probably, I say peculiar, it's probably one of the more popular ones, but like few people really, it's more difficult to set up. But you remember how I played Stellaris? That company, Paradox, they make all kinds of strategy games, right?
Right.
But they all do it on the same, it's called the Clausewitz engine, right? And so you can play the Rome one, and then once it gets to around medieval times, put it through a converter to make it playable for the medieval one. And you can keep doing this. It's not, Stellaris is the last one where it doesn't work, sadly. Because, of course, it's just... But you could just be like, okay, from the country we've made throughout this... It goes like Roman, medieval, like Age of Colonization, then like Victoria era, then World War II. Nothing past that. Then you could just be like, okay, whatever country you want, you can play in Stellaris.
That's interesting.
Does he now? Oh, I'd love to help, but alas, well, whether you die alone or it can't be shared or taken, it's a potent experience, one for which there are...
You have made me want to check out Stellaris.
That one might be good because we can play it together.
Really?
Yes, you can like, and I don't mean like we can both play as a country, although you could do that, but you can cooperatively play as the same country, which is good for someone like you, who I just want you to know you will be overwhelmed. Like, it's okay. I was overwhelmed as well, and I learned it, right? But I'm just telling you, especially as they have more and more mechanics, right? They'll just be like, what's going on?
Sounds fun, though.
I guess I'm not so surprised. I feel like maybe it depends on what you're looking for in your grand strategy game, right? Paradox has done basically all the ones you would want except for Cold War, right? I think you might like CK3.
What's that?
Crusader Kings 3 is their newest medieval one.
Oh, I did see that
a true fan would be slaughtering me over my use of terms, and I'm trying to like calling it just medieval. And it's like, no. What do you mean Roman times? That's classical antiquity.
I'm not. I guess I'm not that.
I know, but I was. That's why I've just been using what is most easily understood. Like, you know what, like Victoria times, it's like when they had the steam engines, and then World War I is like just at the end of that.
Are you threatening me? That's,
I was trying to give the hair some texture, and I ended up having some dead spots.
sentimental.
Fill in any.
Ah, that's it.
Yes.
Perhaps that's the very core of the problem. And that subject could only be me. Plus, there might be a...
It looks like your thing's working pretty good.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
cut
it is.
out. I'm
Oh.
surprised.
Maybe there's some kind of connection issue. I don't know if there's like any online component to all of this.
There shouldn't be,
I don't know.
but it did. I don't know. ChatGPT told me to make sure the WebSocket connection was on, and it didn't seem to be on, so I put that on. But I did that a while ago, so I don't know.
I don't know, but
It's solved now, maybe. I say that, it's gonna go off.
I am the keeper of the master is, well, please visit any time. I'm sure it'll make him, it might be a good time to tidy up around here. So,
ooh. Nice. This is the oh no. Oh no, it does work. Okay. I think, even though he looked right at me, I don't think that's quite how his cone of vision works. Can you? I don't think that this. I don't know. I will want to beat this game, but I might be picking up the pace and playing less of the how you say, less of the side quests.
How far along are you in the game?
Oh, I'm not even a little.
I
Did you
mean,
make it to the second zone yet?
you've only been playing a few hours total.
Yeah, no, I am so.
To the south?
No, I have not gone to the second zone. I have been. Because I don't know, I want to give it like a. since I want to know what the game is like, I feel like I'm trying to really look at it, check out like the world space, and then also maybe one day during this methodical journey I'll figure out how what angle I should shoot my bow at. But that is probably unlikely. You know what? I'm killing you with my sword. Don't care. Let's see, fishing rods are more durable. Let's do higher strength. Okay, I seriously need to get out of this place. Just go back to the main city so I can sell all of this stuff. Some sort of like big game. Now, an issue I kind of have with a lot of the baton or like the baton pass games that do exist is they're. I would like one that's made for people who aren't 10th level virgins, like people who play map games, right? It's going to need to be, I think, just a little more nerdy than usual. Sadly. But if there was something just like...
What about Split Fiction? Isn't that like...
Well, that's a co-op game.
But isn't it like you do this, I do this kind of thing, and sometimes it is like wait for your person to do their thing?
Sure, but I'm talking about like I'm done, like let's say you play a game. You're like, okay, I've played enough of it, my save file. I don't want to play anymore, right? You could still feasibly give it to someone else and they could make progress in the world. Importantly, like, they could do it. They could try to continue on your legacy, right? But they would not necessarily have to.
You know, I haven't played it yet, and it's a few years old, but that one...
Come on then, give it to me.
1 hour, 1 life game, you know what I'm talking about?
Something like that.
When you're born into that, you're raised by another real player. And that real player can, like, help you or, you know, like, say you get someone that's experienced with a game, right? They show you, they raise you a little bit and show you, right?
Once you're there,
and then, like, say you get a new player that's raising you.
That's cool.
Yeah.
To build off, because you already have to understand, like the world. Imagine, you know, it's like a post-apocalyptic world, but it's more like it's got more of a fantasy tone in general, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, take that idea.
It broke again.
That's fine. And then further, imagine there are like guilds and organizations and stuff, but there's not exactly like a main quest, right? Maybe after you clear a dungeon, you can like claim it or something, right? You go on, if you play long enough, maybe there would be more mechanics, so like your character has like a limited life or something. You could, in this, I understand how you can kind of forge your own kingdom, right? Then, if you want to stop playing, you could give this world to someone else, right? That's kind of what I'm imagining. That could be fun. That's something that's like, a lot more different kinds of players could play it. It's not so much just for turbo nerds who like organizing their finances and raising militaries and attacking other people with their soldiers.
But that's so fun.
It is for someone like me, but I understand that not every gamer is like that. And I feel like they've been missing out on a fun thing to do where it's like, if you know some, like, I like to play Imperator Rome, that is the Rome one.
I just don't like when there's too many options to like I don't need like I don't know, like I feel like if it gets too in depth it's just too complicated and it stops being fun.
I think Paradox is better at making the ones that aren't like they're.
Well, maybe nobody will notice.
It goes, but like there's different layers.
That's my problem with like Civilization, right? Every time I start to play like Civilization games, I'm like, oh my god, it's like so much to do, and I get overwhelmed.
I don't like Civilization because it's turn-based. I way prefer to play. What are they called? What?
The scammers are getting newer now with their things they're writing. Did you see what they said about you in Discord? Check out this Discord.
Oh my gosh.
Am I some kind of seer? I have no idea. But if the rumors about him cozying up to the Del Rio personally, I think the captain's just trying to sell.
Okay. And she still is not selling. She's selling a fishing rod. Damn, okay, I'll buy the fishing rod. Oh. I guess I don't need, like, bait. That's nice.
I hope I didn't say anything to upset you, Damien.
What?
You didn't leave and I didn't know.
Okay.
Okay. Don't need an iron helmet. Don't need a faded hood. Don't need a silk hat. Don't need that. Don't need that. I use that. I don't want to sell that, but I don't need it. So I should just
It
sell.
looks so cool.
But I can't even wear it and I don't want that bonus. So we're gonna sell that.
Wow, you're better than me.
Don't want that, don't want that, don't want that, don't want that, don't want that. I don't even know what I wear. We're just gonna sell. I don't want that. Oh no, that's what I know what I'm wearing. Duh. I may actually use that, so we'll keep that. I don't need that. I don't need that, I don't need that. And I don't need that. It's so difficult to do. I will not fucking use that. I will not use that. I'm glad that I don't fully comprehend what money is used for. So maybe I'll just stop picking shit up. I have 2,384 coins, and that's gonna balloon in size by the time I'm done. Don't even use shields.
Maybe you'll find like really dope armor you can buy soon.
Here's hoping. Alright. Thanks for that. Can I make... I need monster brains to make clothes. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Oh, bones are used for that?
You sold all your bones, huh?
No, I just was like, I stopped picking up bones because I thought surely they're not that useful. Oh wait, no, I will just... It's an 80% chance I will create garbage. Damn. Okay, we'll just keep making fucking lockpicks. Those gauntlets are better than what I have. What will happen if I make them? Awesome. So now that means I can put on... I don't have the endurance to put on my gloves. What the fuck kind of gloves are these?
You need better endurance to put those on.
They're the tightest gloves known to man. My blood doesn't pump fast enough to overcome it. What is going on? Come on now. Here, let me go. Where's the fucking... Let's go that way now. However that works. So... Oh, he's here now, I think.
Sir, I haven't seen you before. Huh, that's surprising. But go. The name's Fergus. And please, try to be convinced. Yes, I know. And that's why they mean that in times of trouble. That makes me wonder. However, if you're
Oh no.
fortunately for you, unfortunately for me, anyway. If you
Thank God. Oh, I had to talk to this guy for something, for two things.
Just as I thought. Because I said so. There wouldn't be much point in having... No, I don't take bribes. But if that way, your coin pouch... Thank you kindly. You won't find the captain at the Horns of the South. I have my suspicions. I don't like your tone, my friend. But all right, but I will warn you. Because that's where the Dalriada tribes are. And if you do find Galahad the Pure, we'll all face consequences.
You're Fergus, though. So that other guy...
Minion, you did right bringing this back. But...
I think I'm like level 45 or some shit.
Really?
Riagan said they came for him, and
Oh, shit.
we even held a symbolic keeper's burial for him. What were you doing? You look fine. I'm sorry this happened. Still, you have no risks can be taken. That's one of our tags. I just hope the body you took it from was already covered. You know, here's what I'm sure they all swore to stay as part of my duty. But
That place I took you to get sushi is a steakhouse, right? It's not a sushi restaurant, right?
Yes.
I just wanted you to tell Damien that it is not a sushi place.
No, there's not a sushi place in... not where we live. There are some Chinese places, right?
Yes.
But they're Chinese. They don't even really deal with sushi.
And the sushi menu is like off menu, right? It's like not even on the main menu. It's its own separate sushi menu.
Here's where I'm level 31.
Oh, your character looks cool. Where'd you get that dress?
I just picked up mage stuff. Increases spell power, blah blah blah.
you know where to find.
What's your character?
Yeah, let's see. Let's compare. That's what his character looks like. And I look like this.
What level? You're 12.
I am level... He's level 31.
Oh, you're 8.
Yeah, I don't know where you got the 12 number from.
Underneath it, it says 12. I don't know what that is.
I think it's this piece of... this little
Yeah,
thing.
don't take anything I do seriously because I play on easy mode.
Oh.
I don't know if she... I don't know if she ever told you this fact. But it would...
I did, but go ahead.
I need to say it because I was so mad. Okay? I played God of War on the harder. It wasn't the hardest difficulty. It was like the one before that.
Yeah.
And I did the whole game. But then this boss fight was really. I was really struggling. I was like, could I even beat it on a lower difficulty? And I couldn't. It was a very hard like side boss. It was. So I was like, okay, that's fine. And by the way, I beat one of the Valkyries on this harder difficulty.
Oh, yeah.
I tried it and I was like, okay, I guess I can. And then I went to go turn it back up. And at the time, you can look it up. This is a real thing. You could not change the difficulty once you turned it back down. It was just a strange bug. And then you came by and later was like, oh, he played it on the easiest difficulty. And I wasn't about to just start there and
I
go.
already know that you play real hard shit.
I wasn't just going to go on and be like, actually.
No, I know how you are. I know how you play Helldivers on fucking ultra hard mode and shit. I can't do that.
And he says it's too easy of a game.
I think it's too easy.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad.
Well, okay, I said it's too easy. It's either when I played it on like a
Maybe we got minions. These guys fuck shit up for me.
it's either like really hard for Helldivers or really easy, and it just depends. I was using not the meta, but quite close to the meta. And if he was using most things in Helldivers too, most of the items you can get, I would say maybe not most. It's like 45% of them are basically worthless.
Yeah.
Like, and so if he was making the grave mistake of I used like what is it? I had like a little guy on my back who could just shoot enemies around, so I didn't have to pay attention to every single one. And I would use a grenade launcher on bugs. I only played bugs. If he was doing robots with anything other than an energy shield, it was going to be a hard time for him. I'll say
I tend to play meta too. That's what I'm playing on Diablo is lightning spear meta. That's strong as shit.
I was doing just slightly worse than what you're supposed to pick. All right, so from that perspective, I think it's too easy. Upgrade. Okay, can I? Let's say I wanted my longbow to be better. I would need iron, which I decided that I should actually make 1,000 lockpicks with. So that'll be for another time, I suppose. For Deada's Dreams, I'll have to fucking. Oh wait, this guy. Surely this is what money can be used for. You sell arrows, right?
I have a headache.
You need some pills.
I gotta take a pill. I just have that part in my head of Saltburn where he's like freaking out because he's getting exposed for being a liar with his family. I want to leave. Felix, for God's sake, take a pill.
For God's sakes.
Oh, I just got a better bow. Did you know that in role-playing games, if you buy better items, they're better? And just to even go further, okay, for how hardcore I was, this is not for the first God of War game, not the first PS4 one.
Thank you so much.
I played on, I don't even remember which difficulty I played on for the first one, but it was definitely not anything below normal. And with that truth out of the way, I didn't upgrade my armor for the entire game. Up until the final boss, I upgraded my armor. But what I did instead, for Kratos, I instead, when I could, always just upgraded Atreus' gear. So, obviously, that's sandbagging yourself a bit.
Yeah.
You can't play as Atreus, and he's not that good.
That's funny.
I tend to, when I play a lot of role-playing games, I like to just see, what would happen if I dumped absolutely everything into one stat? Can this game handle that kind of,
choice?
That was kind of...
That was good.
He was called a desperate peasant.
Hell, you just took care of him. That looks like a big monster over there, though.
Yeah, that's just something. That's an environmental hazard. I don't care about that. I don't know if I should have killed that guy. That's another desperate peasant.
He went down.
I had to guess. Oh, that's an outcast peasant, at least. We can try to pretend that guy deserved it.
What's this guy in the middle of the place, though?
I have no fucking idea. That guy's interested in it too, but all of his wants and dreams are gone.
He was an outlaw, so.
That could. So what? We don't know what crime. Maybe like he took too much. Maybe he decided he wanted to put a little more butter on his toast this morning. That's illegal.
You can't do it up, butter side down. This is butter side up village.
Yeah, and then that could be why he's here. Okay. After buying a better bow and dealing with the weakest enemies I can find.
Well,
Hee-hee-haw. I tell everyone that you beat Melania.
you do?
Yeah. I'm like, you wouldn't even believe. Don't you think my mom's old? Do you think she can't do? She not only plays Elden Ring, she beat Melania.
I think you beat her without a summon. Didn't you?
I have no idea.
Aspen beat her without summons. I definitely use my summons.
Did you ever tell him what I told you what my?
But I did beat her without like
Pre-nerf and shit.
I beat her that, but I also beat her without like getting my.
She doesn't play meta.
I don't. Yeah, I didn't like. I just used my favorite costume or whatever.
Yeah,
right, the whole
she
game.
cares more about what her character
I wanted
looks
to have a pretty dress.
She still beats the fucking game.
That's no. What? Let me see. I told one of my friends. I told that.
I play meta. I got the fucking sword you can hit him from 20 miles away,
No,
and I cheated.
Yeah, I told my friend that, and they were like, "Okay, you have to tell your mother," because they were doing their own challenge run where they, I think it's level 1.
Mm-hmm.
They never level up, and they beat Melania with no summons.
Whoa.
At level 1.
Whoa.
So.
Well, that's definitely.
Do you
hard.
Is that how? Yeah, I don't understand how hard is that.
Hard.
It took them.
Because the thing is just her moves. Like it's like staying away from her moves is like the hardest challenge of that thing.
Waterfall dance move.
Yeah. So like I mean, if you can like master that, you know, you can manage it. Like you said, death by 1,000 cuts situation. But it's like just dancing out of the way of her moves is a real challenge. But honestly, my opinion is Carmelita or whatever I never beat her. Whoever that boss fight in Silksong is the hardest boss fight I've ever been asked to do, and I didn't beat it. I did a different way, and I didn't have to beat her because I gave up. I played it for at least a solid day trying to beat Carmelita or whatever, and I said, "Fuck this."
I couldn't tell you which boss. I could ask probably. Not to say it was easy. Like the Melania thing was tough, but there was another boss who wasn't normally.
Radon?
No, it wasn't even that. It was some like just guy somewhere. For whatever reason, that's the one that they were struggled with the most.
Was that in the update?
It wasn't in like a DLC or anything. It was like this fat fuck. I don't even.
The Godskin duo.
I don't think the Godskin duo guys are hard at all. So that's funny.
It was something about, I don't remember why. It was something about being level 1 was
made it harder.
I
mean, just beating it on level 1, that's a whole thing. So good. They're a way better gamer than me.
You'd be shocked at so I in my head, if you're good at one kind of game, like in my head, if you're good at a really hard kind of game, you can play every other game with ease. And I have one friend who's quite good at map games, right? And like RTS, you know, like StarCraft or something. They don't play that one, but you know StarCraft. Mm-hmm. And they were really good at it. And I was like, in my mind, you know, I understand it's fallacious. Like it doesn't really make sense. But I was like, well, surely you can play like an easier game, just like a normal shooter or something with ease. No, abysmal dog shit. Just was flailing about. Minecraft was like too hard, right?
That was like when I played Silksong. When I turned it on, I was like, "Oh, it's a nice little cute side scroller game." So I never played the original game, right? I didn't know, and then all of a sudden it's like hard, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And I was so unhappy at first. But I did enjoy that game a lot because by the time you're at the end and you're kicking butt so much, that was really, really satisfying.
That sounds cool.
But I definitely don't think that I'm a Metroidvania player, right? That's not my normal style of playing.
I don't like Metroidvanias. Not like they're. I understand some people like them. I'm gonna get lost, and I don't really care that much. I don't even like most. There's only ever been one roguelike I've ever really enjoyed. Even
Ball X Pit was actually funner than I thought it was gonna be, but
Ball X Pit.
Ball X Pit.
Ball Pit, yeah.
Ball Pit.
I've never heard of that.
It's
a new game.
It's a roguelike game that's kind of reminds me of Vampire Survivors in a lot of ways, but it instead of like having a whole map you go around, you're like going down a trail.
Right.
And that's basically the only difference.
Oh, I guess I just did. Oh, whoa.
One of the funnest games I've played in a long time, and I don't think there's any other game like it, and I don't know how there could be, unless you were to like copy this game, is that Path of the Goddess game from Capcom. That game was so fun. And it was like a strategy game where you're protecting a flag, I guess. You're protecting your girl as she dances towards the gate that you need her to purify or whatever, and I don't know, it was fun.
Have you ever played Hitman?
A little bit.
I was just curious because, like,
Your dad really liked Hitman.
There's only been the one roguelike game I've ever really enjoyed. I haven't played it in so long, but I liked Gungeon enough. That game is fun enough. But the one that I think was just really, really fun is Rogue Legacy. You ever heard of that game?
No.
It's a guilty pleasure because it came out a while. Like at the time it came out, it was funny, right? Mm-hmm. But the humor of it, I don't think has aged the best. Basically, Rogue Legacy works that there's this dungeon that kind of like changes shape, right? Mm-hmm. And it's called Legacy because each run you play as a person, right? And a unique bow. Please. Okay. It's not even. It does 5 additional magical damage. It's not even.
What you looking for?
I can't find my other white controller.
Oh, the pink one's broke.
I know, it's got stick drift.
Why don't you take my PlayStation controller? The black one. Here you go. I don't need it.
I have 2 white ones and I've been rotating them on the thing.
Use this one.
Don't know what the fuck I do. Which is very strange. I got my blue one here too. Which has stick drift. Pieces of shit. It's funny that the white controllers, the very first one I had, still works fine. I just need to charge. The white one. I'll charge yours. I just want to know what I do with my controller.
That is a wolf. Wow. Do you see what I mean? It's hard for the bow guy to play because there's a wolf somewhere.
Down
It's detecting me right now. It's looking for me somehow.
It is directly underneath you. No.
There it is. I kind of had to pray. This is what, like, see this.
Hard to see at night, ain't it?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I can actually solve this problem.
Yeah, you can sleep. Have you come across that big dude that chases you?
I've not come across any scary guy.
He's like a big, like, ghost at night.
No, I've not seen that.
It just broke.
If you kite him a little bit, you can get him, but there you go. That's gotta be.
Now I want to kill one of those. So look at my stamina, by the way. When that goes to 0, I will just be forced to release. I just need to upgrade that tree way more.
We got bombed by a bunch of things that say, this stream sucks, mine is way better, Tomcats. This stream sucks, I will follow you, Tomcats. Like a bazillion of those.
I don't really care.
I don't either, I'm just thinking it's weird.
I need the file for this. This is my rant Sona now. I would like, I kind of need a little bit more to like fully rant Sona it up. What are you doing?
I'm making that go off my screen.
Okay, I really need you to die.
But I will give you these, I will also fix it up a little bit more and give you new files. Just let me know what you want. And then I have to make some with the arms crossed. I gotta make some with his hand. Something like this.
I think it's funny that people call these PNG tubers, because from back in my day, okay, that's a rant Sona.
It's a rant Sona.
Yes, to mock people who would use them, you liken them to fur Sonas. So it's a rant Sona.
I see.
They were popular among people arguing for libertarianism on YouTube. I don't know why either.
I don't know why I like these better than the fully rigged.
I mean, I
3D VTubers.
I prefer them because, like, partially because, like, this is a 2D character.
Yeah.
Like a comic book character, I don't really think of it as working. Like, I think of them as 2D.
I just like the 2D characters better in general than the other ones.
Oh, this quest, I need to actually shoot a special. Do some special gaming, but let's save. This game is really good about making like a bunch of frequent autosaves, which I haven't really used, but I noticed that they keep popping up. And it's like
You can set the time in between autosaves. There is an option for that. You can set it to like 2 minutes or 10 minutes.
All right. Just so you know, I don't think I'd be able to beat Melania. Like, I mean, I probably could.
You
but
definitely could.
I wouldn't want to.
Well, you obviously don't even want to play that game.
It would.
I went in there with OP gear and I was like level 300 or some shit.
When I say I wouldn't want to, I mean like it would be like so difficult for me that I would rather give up than keep going, I think.
No. But that's how it was for me in Carmelita or whatever that character was. And that's why I want to go watch TSP play it, because he actually is a good gamer. Like, I consider myself like a medium gamer, and he's better than me. I saw him beat some things that took me longer than him to beat, you know?
So, do you think I could just kill that fucking thing? It's like really big, so.
Yeah, if you just.
That's not a death by 1,000 cuts, too. That's just an enemy I can actually
Yeah,
feasibly
he took
face.
a good chunk out of his life.
Come on, man. Just don't look back here.
I'm really glad you like it because it makes me feel good.
I like the Lightbringer?
Huh?
The Lightbringer?
Yeah, you like
No, I think he's great. I think he's really, really great, and he's my whole brand now. I love him so much. That's my Lightbringer. I'm just like him. We're the same
You're
guy.
the same guy.
God damn. Every time, I'm so glad I don't use Facebook. Every time I look over, I'm honestly, I'm kind of peeking at your phone sometimes.
You're fine.
And I'm just seeing, like, okay, so it's just some kind of, like, I hate to be that person, but, like, it is actually just like all the movies came true. And you really are just, like, tapping into, like, a little thing that makes you dumber. It's all, like, it's violence and, like, sex and, like, shitty drama, like, all the time.
I think it's interesting just to read the comments under, because Florida has sunshine laws, and so you get anyone's mugshot if they're arrested and can post it, and people do post all those on social media. They have, like, some people, their whole day is just looking up those and posting them on social media, right? And so, like, it's just interesting to see, like, people just judge people based on how they look, right? And it's,
And that person was like, what, a burn victim?
yeah, and so, like, everyone in the comment section was like, this is awful, how could you post this, this person is just going through a hard time, blah, 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 blah. And so, like, even though their charge wasn't, and no one knows the charge, right, people made they had it cut out, and I'm not saying she did anything wrong or anything like that either, but I'm saying it's just interesting that, like, people's empathy are for this, but if you, like, show a person that's, like, clearly struggling with a drug problem and also in poor health, it'll be like ha 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 ha, and really mean stuff, even though I consider them to be, like, in similar situations. One person's disfigured because of, I guess she was in a car fire is what the comment section said when she was younger, and then that person's disfigured from, I mean, I guess you can say, well, it's their fault for using drugs in the first place, but, like,
not really. Like, yeah, thinking of it like that, like, you do need to say you have to make the choice to not do drugs, right? And that is a useful way to think about it personally, right? But, like, if you, like, to a degree, if you're just fully, like, it's all your fault, there's nothing else going on, that doesn't help anybody, right? It's also because it's just not true, right? But you should understand that you're the person who does the drug, right?
I feel bad always about, like, your dad and stuff, because I'm always, like, could I have done more? You know, I remember a lot of the advice I gave him when he was asking, you know, I mean, he did ask for help, right, with it. He said, I need to quit doing this. And he put himself in Meridian and stuff to try to stop it at one point. And I was like, I don't know, what, you know, like, we're poor. I don't know what to tell you. Can't send you to an expensive rehab center. All I know is that you have to make a choice to stop, you know, and suffer because it's going to be painful to stop, you know. But I wonder if I could have did more. I always think about that.
It's like super complex on like what you're like how you're supposed to go about it. I would like really felt like I said the wrong thing one time where we were talking and I was talking about why I think absurdism is like really silly, right? And I used the phrase like master of your own destiny. And I did not mean to say that you can't make any choices or like that's wrong to think that you can change anything. That's not what I meant. To think, oh, I need to make a change and do things, that's fine, right? But my issue with it is that it specifically comes at it from like it comes at it from such a terrible place, I feel like, where you just think, oh, you know, it just gives you the right to only to have selective care for whoever. It's not like you don't really give a shit about.
Got him.
Oh, nice. Okay. It's like it's basically just like you feel as though you can just say whatever and you can justify any of your actions just by being like really by saying it doesn't matter. It is really nihilism and a nihilistic way of looking at things, except you can just smugly kind of look at the camera and go like, which I find is just gross. Cool, I have a bunch of potions. An ogre bounty? Oh, it's his head. Okay, it's probably his head, right?
That's cool.
Yeah. I was thinking the ogre bounty as though the ogre was carrying on his person. Like, I'm worth this much. And I was like, well, why the fuck would you do that, man? And then after we've done that, we can...
I didn't think that absurdism meant that you're excusing your actions. I thought it was just a way to live a happy life and a life in which you don't see there to be any happiness or meaning.
No, that is like I'm saying well, that is like how it is kind of initially done. But like are you familiar with The Stranger? Like what happens in The Stranger?
You refresh my memory.
Well, I forget his name, but the protagonist, he goes out and he, I feel like I'm selling it a bit poorly, but like it's too hot, so he shoots someone, right? Like he's like, but like literally like, oh, it's a little too warm, so spur of the moment, he kills someone, right? And the rest of the story kind of goes over like how he didn't really care about much of his life afterwards, and... or like he didn't care about his life much before. He was always bored by everything, and it goes over his trial, right, as he explains like why he did this, right? What did you look up definition of kick?
No, I'm trying to go to my page on Kick.
But it's not so much like literally what is in like I have an issue with the school of philosophy and what it breeds, right? Similarly, it's like if the top figures in ostensibly what is the epic ideology to secure white people, right, Nazism, and crush the Jews, if all the top people in Nazism actually think that Jews are awesome, well, not, or rather, Jews are evil, but we need to spend as much money as possible in Israel, then like it's a rotten foundation. It's bad. What's going on here is wrong. If I find just the fact that like absurdism just says, well, there's no meaning, it doesn't matter. So you can just kind of do whatever you want. Smiley face at the end. It's billed too much as some new, very special thing, when really, if any group on the whole planet could be said to be engaging in absurdism, it would be like literally the Trump admin. Like literally that is what they do. So that's why I'm like,
I feel like the reason why everything's so crazy too is because, I don't know, the more I think about it, like,
the fuck are you doing?
The 2008 crisis happened. We never really recovered from it. And everyone's been kicking the bag down the road, and it's about to, like, shit's gonna hit the fan. And I think that that's all that's happening. And so, like, it doesn't matter what they do because everything's gonna fall apart soon anyway.
I don't think that everything's just gonna fall apart. It's all, you know, there's this I think of it as like a lot of people think that the world is like that, as though history is like a game of musical chairs, right? And at this point the game is ended. That's like how a lot of people think, right? That basically all of the countries, all of the beliefs, all of the major figures are done, right? And you can only do replays of such. And so a big one I'm always frustrated by, and this is, I'm making a point here, is that anyone today is Hitler, or that what's going on in the United States can be compared to like the 1920s Germany, right? Because that seems like...
What are you doing?
Because if you think about it, right, what similarities does the United States have with 1920s Germany? Oh, well, the economy is bad in certain ways, and there's inflation that happens sometimes, right? Okay. You know, imagine if I think it's easy to understand, like, the absurdities. Like, imagine we were in the 20s and we see Hitler and we go, he's literally Napoleon. What? Right? No. What we have now is a unique contingency to now. And it's not like it's not like the world will just end or there will be some... We know that nothing just implodes like that. It's never happened. If the country were to go down, and some, like, literally, to do the German example, actually, right? You're crushed in World War I, and the states are loosely reconstituted into the Weimar Republic. You still have the same king, right? Okay, well then you oust the king, with the rise of the Nazi Party. Okay, the king is ousted, but the Weimar Republic is... The Constitution of the Weimar Republic stays the entire time. It's basically ignored because it was the worst constitution ever written, right? It was very shittily put together by Allied powers who just wanted to destroy Germany anyways. But, okay, that keeps going, right? Then after it's crushed, right? Now after Germany's crushed, it's split into two halves, right? But they bring back up the old Weimar flag for the new states. They put a lot of the same people in the head of it, right? It's not like throughout this whole journey. I know. I'm also seeing. I'm talking a lot so I can see how his mouth moves. But you can kind of see that, like, no, it never just like, or even Rome. Did you know that after Rome fell, the Senate still existed for hundreds of years? After the Western Roman Empire fell, they still had the Senate, and there were Visigoths, the barbarians who destroyed it, and they kept the Senate around, and they just would talk to them. The Senate had basically no power, but they were there, and they were still doing the same song and dance, right? And you would have barbarians coming up being like, hey, I'm going to go do all these things. Are you okay with that? And they go, no. And they go, okay. And they just sit there, right?
Interesting.
Eventually one Goth would get angry and, like, butcher a lot of them. And then new people would come in and be like, oh, let's put the Senate back together. And then it was a shadow of its former self after one of the butcherings, right? But my point is, like, I do think that there's issues with the world, right? But they're so endemic. They're so, like, foundational. What is my quest even? This one. Okay, okay, I should check what's ahead. Okay, I guess it's these people. It's so like endemic and foundational. Like it's not like the 2008 crisis was the beginning, right? And you can learn from history. I'm not saying you have to completely ignore it. Surely not. But basically just like all of history is filled with people saying the end times are right now. Right now. It would be really nice to just sort of, it's kind of like, and I think especially in America, Americans have a sort of, like all of them have a little bit of that boomer mentality of fuck you, I got mine, where like, oh, you know, the boomers are like, oh, well, maybe climate change, maybe all kinds of bad things will happen, but I'm old anyways, I'll die soon, right? Americans love to be like that, but except it's just like climate change, right? I don't have to care about the future. Everything will be, because who cares? The climate's going to be totally destroyed. Like, it will just still happen. New people will be born. They'll have to live in the world. It's not all going to go to shit, even if things get bad in certain ways.
Oh, I loved the video I saw yesterday of, who's the OpenAI founder guy?
Sam Altman?
Sam Altman promised $1.2 trillion or something in payments to build some AI crap, right?
Right.
And he was immediately then asked, okay, your company made $20 million last year. Where are you going to get this money? And he got so mad.
Really? He got upset, yeah.
He was like, well, we make a lot more. And he's like, if you want to sell your stocks, then I'll find somebody to buy them, right? Like, he was just so mad about it.
Sure, man. Like, I don't know, look, the world will just not end, right? Well, sometimes that is like a real worry. But that's like nuclear warfare, right? For all the things that are like really going to happen, I think if the United States were to collapse, right, what that materially would look like, barring meteor strike, nuclear catastrophe, etc., right? What would realistically, what will happen is the United States will stop existing when there's some sort of constitutional crisis and the Constitution is put on hold for a moment to declare the new state, which will be something called like the Republic of America or something, because we're not a democracy, we're a republic, right? And voting rights, no, you'll be able to vote soon, right? There's just a crisis going on now. You'll just give it a moment, right? Around the time the United States is a whole empire is sort of flailing, it's weaker than it was before, it needs to expand, right? It'll start flashing out. It'll maybe have some great initial victories, right? Mexico will fall quickly, but it'll eventually, sputter out, and the rebels or whatever resistance movements will just inevitably win. Like, think about a kind of a good example is the Nazi war machine was great at handling Czechoslovakia, right? That's a weaker opponent who is you have a lot of history with and already has a lot of collaborators, right? Like a lot of Czechoslovakians already thought of themselves as wanting to be German anyways.
I did see a Russian oligarch talking the other day to somebody, and I guess he's like one of the lucky ones that can talk bad and doesn't get killed or whatever over there, because he's been saying bad shit. But he was like something about how even if they tried to launch their missiles, like if they could even get them off the ground and to begin with, that the United States would shoot them down before they even got a chance. So there's no point. They're like, it would never hit where we wanted it to hit, even if we got them off the ground in the first place.
I have no idea, right? It's like they're all old. Everyone like.
It is an old man talking too, right? So he really know.
I mean, literally, yes, the machines are old, but so are ours. I mean, we've lost nuclear warheads in the woods in recent history, like in the past 10 years. They're also ancient. We run it on floppy disks, right? It's all unknown exactly, right? But what I wanted to point out, and this is a normal thing for empires to have to deal with, right? You deal with that initial great victory in Czechoslovakia. But where the German war machine, we often hear about like the bigger powers, but the ones that it really starts to putter out and struggle with is when it has to deal with a loose coalition of ethnicities in the Balkans. When they deal with the Yugoslavians, right? All those like your Serbians, your Croatians, it fails. And Albanians, like you couldn't point to any of these people on a map, but that's something similar would happen where you get down Mexico or like a Canada, right? You hit like a bunch of the cities really quickly. Yeah, we did it. Okay, now let's go through the Brazilian jungle. Right? And then at the moment that a real military power is like, okay, someone more equal, like a Soviet Union or America, is like, let's go. They're like, I'd have to dedicate a lot of my resources right now to making sure that rebels in Yugoslavian mountains, right? I don't know if I'm really up. I don't want to deal with this, right? This is like you know what? This is my opinion. You may have heard this many times, mocking the Japanese for Pearl Harbor, right? Oh, you messed up. The United States is now involved. Have you heard anything like this? Like mocking how I promise it's a thing. People will. It's like fairly popular to say, laugh and be like, at how naive the Japanese are to.
I've done that.
Yes, to have attacked us, and that was That was when the United States was pulled into World War II officially, right? Now, what I wanted to say is like, that's kind of like, because the Japanese war machine was also dealing with a certain thing. They get a good few initial victories, but they notice that the United States looks like they're about to join the war. I'm about to argue that actually Pearl Harbor, best thing to do in a bad situation, right? The United States is going to join the war. It looks like it's going to happen.
So you gotta
strike first and hard and smash the American Navy, right? And then immediately afterwards, they notice that the Americans can build more, something the Japanese can't quite do. And the American industry starts pumping them out, and they go, oh, fuck, right? The war's lost. They the Japanese understood that they had lost the war long before the nukes dropped, and a lot of it is.
Well, that's what I thought. They had already surrendered before the nukes dropped.
They did surrender before the nukes dropped, but I'm just talking like a lot of Axis strategy was actually at first they thought they were going to win, but then it started to become we need to not lose to the Soviets, right? Because they will actually fucking kill us. Like literally the top, like the generals are like, we will be killed.
I thought that was America saying we don't want Russia to actually have Japan, so we need to take them out first so we get Japan.
That is what happened.
Yeah.
Right. Which was great for a lot of Japanese top generals to be like, "Whew, the United States, they just beat us out," even though in Manchuria all their soldiers were already killed, right? And they were already completely fucked. But it's like, okay, take us away. And there was never a Nuremberg for the Japanese.
No, there wasn't.
They got to get out free. And the Soviets had a lot of plans to kill a lot of generals that just, luckily for them, never came to fruition, right? Same, you may know, like in East Germany, all those guys, like all the Nazis they got. In West Germany, they got to reintegrate. Denazification was much lighter. Of course, Operation like Paperclip NASA was all Nazis. I say just because, like, also, like, a lot of the CIA stuff, because they had already, like, just a lot of good intelligence operatives, right? I think I'm messed up.
You messed up?
Oh, no, I'm not messed up. I just blinked.
Like, I've been watching it pretty hard.
Yeah.
I've been keeping up with it. And it's been pretty good, actually, compared to how it started off, so I don't know what went wrong. But.
Does he now? I can't think of it. Sorry. Oh, interesting. He was very... Oh, dear. I finally...
Awesome.
This one doesn't have any of the bouncing and stuff that the other one does either. That
Right.
can add to that.
I think I would prefer the bouncing, but I like them.
You prefer the bouncing?
Mm-hmm. I don't it'll probably like. I doubt you're really gonna see in like I think for worst case scenario, it's not ever gonna be that bad for like you where you live. Things are gonna get just it's gonna be things are a lot more expensive, right? You may have issues with food as Walmart and Dollar General are having a harder time keeping up their supply chains, right? But there'll be some constitutional crisis, right? Like, and it could even be like a relatively small thing, right? Like some one guy is assassinated, and they're like, okay, martial law, you know. I doubt it'll be that weak, but it could be. I think.
What is happening?
I don't know. That is the best looking little guy of all time. Oh, he's can be cute too. And when I said like the worst case is that it's called like the Republic or something, right? I really mean like that is like the worst case. I frankly think
Too much bouncing.
that's a little too much, yeah. I think like if the country were to fall, it would probably keep its same name for a while.
I don't think it's gonna fall that way, right? Because of the way the world is now, right? Like, I just mean
Like
things change dramatically, right? And the main thing that will change dramatically is world trade won't be done in the dollar anymore.
No, that's definitely possible. I think it's kind of like we fall like the UK fell.
Right. A lot like that.
No, that's definitely that's more feasible. Like we're talking about absolute worst case, like everything collapses. I think the UK model of like, well, your colonies disappear, right? Maybe Israel falls, but like overall, I feel like I've seen no one mention this as like an angle to this whole story, but the royal family, something happened. It's not like it's happened already, but something symbolically has happened to the royal family that shows just how far they've fallen. You heard about Prince Andrew?
What about Prince Andrew?
You hear that he was stripped of his titles. He's no longer he's not Prince Andrew anymore.
Yes.
He's like Andrew Windsor.
Kicked him out of the house too.
Yeah, he's just Windsor now. He now, I say. I mean, I'm glad, frankly. Right? He was not a good person. He was a super pedophile, and it's good that the family has kicked him out. But it kind of shows how weak the royal family is now that they care that like. You think that being a a fairly small scale, like just wealthy, like sexual abuser is one of the worst things the family's done? No, it's the fucking Windsors. They've been around the block for a while. There are definitely many members of the family who have personally killed people.
Right.
How like literally had the blood on their face, just and not in like a soldier even, just someone else, and it's just gotten they're so weakened now. They're actually just beholden to our petty, like a moral views. I think that's crazy, and no one's mentioning that. Like,
I'm just wondering why they even did it, because it would have never happened when the Queen was alive. It wouldn't have happened. She wouldn't have done that.
I mean,
She had the opportunity to do it before she died, and she didn't.
to be fair, a lot of stuff has like recently just been totally confirmed, but
I mean, it was. I feel like after he did his interview,
he can't sweat, right? That's what he said. Yeah. No, I'm with you. That's obviously like a. He obviously, like, the Queen wouldn't have done that. Probably not.
blah blah blah.
Ba, 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 I can sing.
And he bounces a little bit more when
Yeah,
you're talking.
yeah.
I don't know if you can tell.
No. I understand. I like that.
Does that look a little more better?
Mm-hmm. When is the duck? I'm smelling it. I feel like I'm.
Well, the timer's on the stove. You want me to go check it?
No.
It was supposed to take 2.5 hours, so I don't know how long it's been. But we're getting close to your 3 o'clock stop time. If you are, well, you don't have to stop at 3 o'clock, but
That is.
yesterday you stopped at like 1:30.
Sorry about that. I don't know. It was something about the fact that I wasn't streaming at first. Was like, made me feel weird about it. Oh, I can just take this. I'm not gonna do that, but I could. It smells so good.
Just another peaceful moment.
I am taking this game so slowly.
That's fine.
It's a 50% chance for me to make a weak cap. But I could make it, so will I? No. I'm a little bit raging right now that it works that way. But whatever.
Nice to see you.
Do you want him to hold a controller for one of? Because I'm gonna draw a whole bunch after this.
I did want him to hold a controller, but I didn't ask you that earlier. I was because of like.
Or do you want him to have like a keyboard and mouse, or do you want 2 options?
I think I would. Keyboard and mouse sounds the most fun, but I think controller seems easier, and it's more like.
They're both equally. It's just drawing a picture.
If you could draw.
I can do both, so you can toggle.
If you did both, that would be. I didn't ask because it seemed too difficult.
It just takes a minute to draw everything. Is all.
It's
I do want to draw a lot, but I'm waiting to lay down and.
Do you have like a controller? No.
This controller?
Yeah,
or do you
sure,
mean
hand
one connected
no,
to that?
hand me that one. Cause I want to. The reason why I say it seems like a little tough to do is just because like. This seems like a complicated hand motion, or like anything like that.
Well, we're not doing. I have a controller in my VTube setup that sort of mimics your hand movements, but it has to have tracking. So it would just be like.
Yeah, but I'm saying
a
like,
loop animation.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying like literally to draw, even if it's just a static photo. This is complicated with my hand, like anatomy wise. No. Okay, you seem to be scared of the star shape, so I was trying.
I'll just use a. I mean, you have to use a reference to do everything, but I mean, I'll be fine.
Okay. Well then, I would like to see it.
I was annoyed with the star shape because the image I was using, I was like, none of these images. It's all like wonky as hell. Like they didn't even try to draw this like remotely.
Yeah.
All that money.
I think I did a good job with the star.
I think you did too.
Way better than any of the ones I saw.
Honestly, I thought it was about
Lightbringer is common enough as a term, or like anything like light bearer, bringer of light, anything like that. Every time I see it, it's common enough that I notice it and I giggle because I just imagine the Lightbringer. I'm really angry at this lady.
It makes me want to be Starlight from The Boys, but I can't because that is a copywritten character.
He did. There was a.
Is she just a pure light powers, or is she like lightning?
No, she has light powers.
Light.
She actually seems to have some kind of like light from electricity powers. She seems to have electricity powers because she zaps it from around.
Does she zap people?
She creates bursts of light, but
I thought she blinds people.
she does, but she draws the ability to do that from the electricity around her. Remember? Remember when the Deep was saying that you have to like suck my dick, and she was getting angry, and so like the things around started flickering.
Yeah.
So I think it's actually
that whole thing in the comic is really fucked up.
Look at mine. I'm like just a very classical rogue. I can't like zoom in, which is a little annoying. Say that I did want to upgrade my bow. What would that? Can I do that? Yeah, I could actually. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, my new goal is to catch a fish. So far, I think this game is decently, like, mechanically it's fine, right? Everything, there are like a lot of things that just, they don't quite flow right, I guess. Like there's just, for instance, the lock picking mini game is, it seems like it doesn't, and it just feels a little off. The icon itself is kind of ugly.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Next time I see a lockpick, I'll show you what I mean. But like,
I saw you messing with it. It looked to me like Skyrim-y or something.
oh hello. Oh come on.
Or did it look like Fallout 4?
They're both the exact same.
They are?
Yes.
Oh.
But when I find it, I'll show you what I mean. But basically, it's like, you know, in Fallout 4, you played that one. You can imagine if there's like a circle, there's like a wedge of it, and as you get in, but that's around the center, which is actually like how you unlock it. And so if you were to go at any other point, it would just, your pick wouldn't move very much.
And it would break.
But if you were to go in that wedge, it would be more and more forgiving until you open it. Not how it works here. There are just spots where you can kind of mess with it all around, but there's one specific area that you're supposed to go. That just, I understand it now, but at least for me, I think that just feels a little weird, right? Every lock picking minigame is also like quite easy. Unlike in Fallout 4, when with the really hard ones, there is like a noticeable difference. I don't, frankly, if you put, I don't think if I couldn't see the difficulty above it, and I just had to keep going through them, I don't think I would accurately guess which one's easy versus medium versus hard. Also, like, I don't need to be a higher level. It doesn't matter what level I am. I can do them all whenever I want. And lockpicks aren't a problem since I now have hundreds of them. So, you see stuff like that where it's not so bad, but there are some points in the game that just feel a little weird.
It just like this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite flow.
Well, there was like that Henry game. I call it the Henry game.
I like the lock picking in that game.
Well, what I was gonna say about that game, that I mean, I like it, but I think it's a problem. I might have changed it. Was how you could just steal like so easy. Like that's what I did the whole game. I would break into like the place that sold all the stuff in the middle of the night, take everything out, and no one would know I did it.
Yeah.
And then I would have the entire inventory.
But if they caught you, like,
But yeah, but
you had to do it at the right time.
it wasn't that hard though.
Yeah, there should be like a. And you know what's another good example of something that just it doesn't quite flow quite like it doesn't flow quite how I feel like it ought to flow, which just creates a little bit of a weird feeling. Remember, outside, it looked like she would be selling food, right? If she had like tomatoes and stuff, like a whole thing outside of her place, but it was actually just selling like random things, like don't seem that useful even. And it's like, why would I want to go out? Like, I got a wood cutting axe. I still don't know where I can cut wood and why I would cut wood. The villages that I'm in, they don't feel very dynamic, right? Like, I don't know how people get their food there at all. Now, a lot of the mechanics are, like, the combat is quite fun. This is purely, like, my own preferences. I'm not the biggest fan of how a lot of the dialogue is. Next time we're seeing one, you'll see what I mean, but it just feels... I don't know how real this is, but for my own personal taste, I like the world to feel kind of fantastical, right? And I mentioned it feels kind of like a YA novel sometimes. Like, see, look, that guy was fighting me this whole time, and this dude just on the dock there just didn't notice, I guess.
You'll be fertilizing.
You know what? I'll eat. I've yet to find what, like, this game's thing, you know?
I just kind of saw it as like a darker themed Skyrim.
Yeah. I am a particularly, like, I quite like role-playing games, so I feel a bit bad for, like, going so deep into this one. When I say I haven't found its thing, it's like, the combat is decent enough, the writing is decent enough, as, like, giving you a similar kind of Skyrim experience. It can do that, yeah, like, it feels like, it kind of reminds me of a lot of, like, the modern, because with Skyrim, you can kind of go just about anywhere. This kind of reminds me of some, like, Ubisoft map decisions, or also kind of where you, like, let me just...
I'll get you back tenfold.
I haven't delved that too much. I've been looking mostly in the side quests so far. Side quest, that is one thing I will give it, actually. not necessarily the writing itself, but the flow, where like side quests lead into other side quests. That I really like when a game can do that well, because it gives this illusion that it can go on forever. Like it's very deep, and there's something always to do. You can never get lost. Oh, look, example. Okay, well, like, so like, you see, like here, I can like, there's like a window here where I can go more. I seemingly need to go there, and that was like that was medium. You just saw. I don't really feel like a medium to me.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I was mostly saying that because I thought you wouldn't want that to show up. I don't know. Okay. One thing I was sort of excited to see when I first got in. Now, this is not something everyone will care about. I'll tell you right up front. I know that this is a me thing, right? But when I started playing and I saw that there were books, I was like rubbing my hands together, because I really like reading the books in the Bethesda Elder Scrolls games, right?
I know you were in your whole lore with your Oblivion, Skyrim stuff for a little while.
I will read the books, and I will have so much fun doing that, right? I want to know. These books, and one thing I don't like so much, or I think of them as like, well, you played Fallout 4, so I can use that as an example. Terminal entries, right? All of them, there are what feel like to me lore books, which are texts that conceivably in world someone would want to write, you know? And then there are terminal entries, which are basically diaries or just very dry, like, there are things here and they act like that, right? This world generally seems like it's, and this is not a bad thing, by the way, it's actually kind of good, honestly. This world seems quite smaller, right? Like, as in, the world might be big, but most of it, this place is only as habitable as it is because King Arthur cleared it out, right? So it's presumably most of the world is in kind of like a jungle or something, like a thick weird take stuff over, I guess. But like, there's not a text that's like, this is a religious myth of the people, right? That I'd be like, well, I love the religions of worlds, right? And like that stuff. It's usually just like, here's how to make a health potion, or terminals, the Fallout terminals. If you ever play that game, or a lot of games inspired by it, or like it's in the lineage of, notice this and it will never fail you. I noticed it and I started being able to call it out every time. This is every terminal, okay? It's day one. I just moved into this new place. Day two, there's a bunch of dog sounds outside. I hope I don't get eaten by dogs. Day three, I'm going to go investigate the dog sounds. And then there's
more
no
entries, yes.
That's like, most of them are, I've arrived, there may be a problem. I'm going to investigate the problem, or the problem has overtaken me. That's most of them. And I'm just like, who writes in a diary? Nobody uses a diary. I know this is just something I care about, and probably no one else has ever thought, like, it seems strange. But how come in these games everyone writes a diary? And particularly in the games, in the Fallout franchise, imagine when I want to write down a diary, I do it in the simplest way I can, right? Mm-hmm. Like, a journal might be the simplest way, but I might just write it down on my computer, right? Surely using a holotape in the bombed out world is expensive, and if I caught you using it to just sort of monotonously say what your day is like, I would beat you over the head with a rock. Like, what is going on? I surely I'm the only one who gets peeved.
My thought on that is that they do that to obviously give lore, but that's like a cheap way to do it. Like,
It's not creative.
No, yeah, a lot of games use that to here's the lore, you know, and then they don't bake it into the rest of the game. You have to go read it to get it. It's cheap.
If there was like, if there were better, I'm not so opposed to journals at all, but like, I would prefer if someone writes in a journal that feels like a thing that is peculiar about them, since so few people do that.
Yeah, it's always some mundane bullshit.
But like if you were to go deep into like some sort of wizard's tower, yeah, wizards would write in journals, right? Every individual bandit leader writes in a journal. These are illiterates, okay? They should not be doing that. I'm okay with them being able to do like, if instead there were like list of rules or something, like imagine you went to a bandit camp and there was like some sort of like thing on the wall, or even just like it could just be like a little piece of paper is stuck and it's like, when here you're gonna act this way, you can act however you want inside, but I'm sick and tired of people stealing X, Y, and Z. You could exposit some facts about the place, right? Like, stop fucking messing with the crabs in the cave. They will get angry and they will come out and they will mess with us. Just stop, right? Don't make loud noises. You will anger the rabid dogs outside. I'm sick of it, right? Something like that. That's something that I'm like, okay, sure.
It makes you go out and go look for the crabs.
Right. You're like,
It's like interesting, useful information.
but the way that would normally be done in like Fallout 4 is instead it's someone goes, oh, I'm so sick of the crabs out there. I'm going to go down there and give them a piece of my mind, and then you would find their corpse next to the crab. It's like, who writes in their journal, I'm going to go fuck with the crabs tomorrow?
You don't do that.
Some people, few of them, not bandit leaders. Bandit leaders, to me in my mind, most bandit leaders, if they saw me writing in a journal, they would think you're gay, and they would then throw like a stick at me.
Well, I mean, those people are having to write all kinds of things down. Like, if they're the leader, they're having to take, inventory and stuff like that.
No, if the hell is the horse thing? I agree. If that's what they have, like a
Like, I think they should have logs and inventory. I mean, isn't that why Pablo Escobar was actually so successful? Was that he was so ridiculously organized?
I would agree if that's what they were. Okay. That would be an interesting one as well. A guy who writes his journal because he's keeping inventory and he wants to know what's going on. But you do not play with me. You know that most of the bandit leaders in all of these games, doesn't matter if it's a fantasy or an apocalyptic or whatever, they are raving addicts of some drug who don't care about anything, and they're just the next guy in line to this position, right? You rarely have the bandit leader.
You rarely have the Pablo Escobar of bandit leaders. Yes, I got it.
Yeah, they're like all Jesse Pinkmans, right?
Right.
That's why I said, them having a journal should speak to their character, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Feel like a cue.
You're still bouncing. That's another reason why I'm glad I added the bounce. Now I know exactly when it stops.
Okay, this is kind of awesome.
That
See,
looks
what
cool.
that's like. I could say so many things. I don't know how many people things like that. Like having or just having a few of those around the world, right? Like some like big megalithic structure like that. That's like, I'm thumbs up with that. I'm okay with that. Them being every possible place I look, that's when I say I'm a little bit insane. It's
Well, I thought that there was something going on with this world where you have a bunch of giants.
Yes, the world used to be bigger.
So that's why I think that's why it's more of
Okay.
those here.
So I'm okay with that. Like, I understand the reason why, but like, we don't build giant guys generally like.
No, but there's giants on this in this game. They did it.
But okay, no, but as humans,
Yeah.
in all of our societies, we have some statues, but they're not like. There's so many statues in this place.
Yeah, but if you go to like Asia or something, they have a lot more than we have in America.
In the United States, sure, but like and like in older places, they do have more of them. Right?
And I'm saying in this world, there was giants. There were literal giants
I know-
building those things, right?
I understand that they were big. I'm saying it seems still strange the amount of them, just because it's seems fairly unusual, and I think it makes each one more interesting. Like, I don't want to like look at a giant sword stuck in the ground and just move on because I've seen 100, right?
That's true.
I want to look at that one and go, whoa,
What's over there?
how could that have happened? I feel bad for this game. For me, the fishing mini game was kind of awesome.
You like the fishing minigame the best?
That felt decent enough. I don't know why the fuck I would fish, but I would like to go back. So I want to go cook. You smell it too?
I'm starving.
Yeah, it's making me hungry.
My head is like. That's all I can think about is eating.
Okay, the sour herring and cheese.
I'd even eat that right now.
Maybe it's worth talking to Rumpult. Okay, I will do that as well. Is there a way I could fast travel to be closer? Yeah, actually, that's incredibly close to that. I'll like point out more when I see them, but like they're like, I mean, you remember there's a big guy who was like chained up, right? I wasn't, you know, remember you thought he might have been an enemy, but that was just an environmental thing. I'm okay, like I would like to feel more of a pull towards it, but I feel like you would have to do that by having less of them, right? I like this art too. It looked cool.
Yeah, it looks okay. I'm a little disappointed in it.
The loading screen art?
No, not the loading screen art, but the game in-game.
Yeah, I feel a little. Honestly, Skyrim has some nicer, like, because they feel very Nordic, right? A bit of a sad thing they've done here is that they've decided to set their thing in the UK. That is sad. That is a lot of the basis for it, right?
What a sad place.
So, well, no, I'm just saying, like, it looks less unique. Simply because they've set it in the basis for fantasy. But, like, this dungeon feels a little bit... Ignoring, I mean, even my sword and my weapon there. It feels like it could take place about anywheres.
Who's this guy?
I can smell it.
Yeah.
What you smell? What the rock is cooking?
Only by
So you just until we replace part of the cat. Getting justice for the roses and life stems.
unfortunate beings thrust into. You will never be free from the smell of sour herring, and you should never want to be free from it.
And then I got a little item. It's a... Okay. So you can, there's a... It's kind of cool. It's a cheese thing I can now use. A cheese spell. That's... Makes me lose health, but I can... turn people into cheese.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, that was some good, like, world design where I got a quest to go to a place, and then when I went to the place, there was a guy there. At any point, I could say, like, after I was done with the one quest, I was like, I don't want to deal with that, dude. But I could keep going, and that does feel nice. And now I got a sweet little reward from that. I don't know where that is. We're just gonna say that I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet, it seems. The pie thing. I need this fucking pie quest to be done, but I don't know where to find flour. Alright, let's go to the Horns of the South. That's that place. Get the fucking fishing rod out of my damn hand. Okay. The Lightbringer. Food smells so good.
I'm so curious how much longer it has, but I'm scared to get it.
Everything moves faster if you don't know how long it takes, though.
It's true.
That's why even if I'm watching a boring film that I'm not a huge fan of, I hate to check the time because I will be in a rage. I wanted to watch a superhero film last night, and I looked up and down for a good one that I would want to see. You would be amazed. They're all look bad. I was most interested in watching. I'm telling you, it got bad. I was like, maybe I could watch the X-Men films, one of them, and I looked through. Their plot sounded. It was too much. It was confusing.
Have you seen Logan and stuff like that? I heard those are good. I've never watched it.
I'm not watching that. No. I wanted a Joker does not count. I wanted a proper superhero movie.
What about like Brightburn, which is like if Superman was bad little boy?
A bad like a
you
child.
Remember that one? I liked it.
Like a child?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like filming his stuff, so yeah, he was a little bad little shit.
No, I have not seen it.
I think it's called Brightburn.
Yeah, he's a good one.
I just want to no longer have to be able
Basically showing what it would be like if we had a villain for Superman instead. Does the kid like fuck shit up?
Yeah, I remember. I don't remember really anything about the movie other than I liked it. It was entertaining.
I have watched multiple animated, because there are some DC films, for like that are the animated DC films that are like not for actual babies, right?
We watched some of those Superman ones or whatever, like Red Sun or something like that.
That's
Superman
one of them.
was fucking gay.
Yeah, I didn't like the new Superman just because I didn't like it. Like I didn't think it was woke or anything. I just didn't like it.
I mean, he's gay because it sucked.
Yeah.
I felt so rugged. I have seen multiple of them, looking for one that's good. You would not believe how they're all so bad. I've seen one animated superhero film that I thought was genuinely, like, it was like a 6 out of 10, right? Like it breached into good territory, and I would not be like, I would be okay with a child even watching it, right? And I'm not proud to say, but it was Batman versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I don't think I saw that one.
That one I found to be the best. Not to say it was the best. It was pure cinema, right? It's up there with the greats. It's just not actually awful in all ways, and the story made sense. what was like? I watched Gotham by Gaslight. It's like if Batman, it's like Victorian Batman. It had decent reviews, so I got tricked into thinking that this could have been one of the good ones. It was awful.
I don't know why, but immediately I'm like, that's not it.
No, I will not. I do not trust any now. I also, what was another one I got tricked by? Everyone said that Flashpoint Paradox was good. Awful. Just not a good movie. I heard about Red Sun, but I know that the comic is not good. And I thought,
We didn't like it, did we? Remember when the Superman was Russian?
No, I don't.
Well, I put it on and we watched it together, but he doesn't remember.
Most of them kind of, yeah.
Darkman, that's a good one. I watched an animated Constantine film and a live-action Constantine film. That's the amount I've been scammed by trying to find a good superhero film. Both are not good.
Darkman?
That's a Sam Raimi film.
I remember Darkman.
You know what I want to watch again now?
Yeah.
Duckman.
Those old movies were good.
Never heard of Duckman.
The cartoon Duckman?
I think that was like a parody of Darkman.
No, it wasn't. He wasn't a superhero.
Yeah, it was like a duck with a fucking mask on like Zorro.
No, you guys don't remember Duckman?
No.
Oh my god, that shit was so good.
You remember Darkman though? He got blew up in a building and he had bandages and shit on his face.
That is him. I will say that one. Since I've seen it more recently, I know what happened. But no, I don't fucking know it. I'm not 800 years old. Yeah, he is the vaguest looking. Like, I kind of may have seen him before. No, I don't fucking want to see it.
Well, I'm gonna watch it later.
Okay. I just have.
I was trying to see if Damien had seen it.
I'm afraid of it.
I was just putting it on there, if it'll go on there now.
I'm afraid of it. I will not even lie.
You remember?
Duckman, okay.
You remember
yes,
it?
I remember
okay.
now. Thanks.
I don't know.
Don't worry, I'm not playing.
I was thinking Darkwing Duck, bro.
I know. I was like, no, Duckman. Duckman is like.
Not Darkwing.
It's so raunchy too. It's like.
It's good stuff. The Critic and shit was on during that time.
Yes.
Too. That was a good one. And The Tick.
The Tick was alright.
You know about The Tick?
Yeah, The Tick was cute.
What I want to say? No.
My favorite from back in that era was the Max. M-A-X-X.
No, the Max is really good. Do you really know about the Max though?
No.
Yeah, I love the Max.
Really loving that character.
And
like
Sam Key.
Shit.
Yeah, the Max is a homeless guy.
Really?
Yeah, though you like have to like know about the lore, but he's a homeless guy, and the blonde is like his social worker, and he goes back and forth between. Yeah, it's like it's a really interesting show and concept, and I really like Sam Keith's other works too. He's interesting.
My most disappointment is Venom. I really like Venom.
And the movies were so bad.
So fucking lame. It makes me want to fucking gouge my eyes out.
I assume they're not good.
They're not good. They're full of bullshit, campy fucking one-liners. They make Venom trying to fucking be funny the whole time. It's bullshit.
I would not.
Awful. It's what's the dude? Tom Holland or whatever?
Tom Hardy.
His worst movies by far.
There are 3 of them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he might get more action. I had someone explain.
They get worse and worse too, which is even worse.
Someone explained to me I need a explainer for what's going on in the MCU now, and honestly, I think that is one of the most entertaining things about it. Is just, do you know where Hulk was after I think the Avengers? Also, let's just get done.
It's almost done. That's 1 minute warning.
Okay. Yeah, he was just in space for an indeterminate amount of time, and was just like, just sort of on a bender, I guess, and no one cared to like go check on the Hulk.
Yeah, I do remember that being part of the thing of like after the Infinity War or whatever. That's how they explained where he was or whatever.
Yeah, that's why. Do you know what happens in what's it called? Oh, okay. Do you know what happened in what's it? This movie where there's 3 Spider-Mans?
I didn't watch that. No.
I didn't watch it either. It was explained to me though, and it's apparently Venom is in it. I know, right?
I'm so hungry.
Need some milk, right?
Is it done?
It's done, but
No,
you
they're
should let
cool.
it rest for like 10 minutes before you cut into it, or you know. At least that's what the chefs tell me.
I do just organically. Also, I messed up. I think. I organically like superheroes enough to know like. I feel like I'm a fairly big fan because I know like all kinds of.
Your dad worked really hard to instill that in you, so.
Like I know how they're made. I know who Todd McFarlane is. That's the guy who made Venom. I know that he would later go on because he was mad at how they the artists were treated at Marvel to found Image Comics.
And make Spawn.
Make Spawn one of the worst superheroes ever created. But I love him. I love him so much.
You shut your mouth.
Spawn is amazingly bad. I love him.
Spawn is cool as hell.
That's
Spawn and Blade are the 2 coolest superheroes ever, and they're both Negroes.
I like that Spawn comes from like. Spawn came from this weird period of time where Todd McFarlane was a big reason, like he was a big part of this movement, where everything had to be really gritty in comic books, right? But for whatever reason, part of being gritty was also just being black, and like because black people weren't in a lot of comics at the time, right? So like having one was edgy already, which gets like just the biggest edgelord character ever, Spawn, who is also black. Not important to his character at all. He just is black.
It's just interesting. I mean, I know that, you know, the guy who made him is a white guy, right? So that's its own issue, right? But, like, it's interesting to me that, like, the real evil people in that show are generally always white people, right?
The Spawn show?
Yeah, or in the comic or whatever.
Yeah.
Like the clowns and stuff are white guys, and like the demons that are like tormenting Spawn are white.
How do I like? I'd have no fucking idea how you're supposed to aim this thing.
I don't know. I think the character design in that is really good.
That is the one thing. Like Todd McFarlane, I think he is capable of making a good design. It's usually better when someone's telling him to not do something. What is his name? What's like a word that sounds like overt kill? Can you please Google overt kill?
I've already seen him making overt kill with Stanley.
Can you look up Okay, so you've seen that. Have you seen Cygor?
No,
Okay.
I don't want to.
But you understand, like he's just will go off the fucking rails with adding everything. So actually, his name was Overkill, but in that thing you're thinking of, his name was Overkill, and he changed it to Overkill for reasons I have no idea. I don't know, but
maybe someone told him that the character was too overtly something, and he decided to.
Maybe there was some legal issue.
Yeah, who knows? I didn't even think that character went on to do anything, but it did, huh?
Yes, he shows
crazy.
up in Spawn.
That's crazy.
Again, it's like Marvel would say, that seems a bit much, right? He's a little too many straps going on. But at Image Comics, where McFarlane is allowed to do whatever he wants, he'll... Do you see how strong the bear is?
The bear's so strong.
I love the... I've mentioned it before, but it's like one of my favorite trivia facts. The word bear, like the original term for bears in the Proto-Indo-European, where our language comes from, really ancient, was lost. And we stopped using that word, and we started calling them browns, and in other tribes they would call them honey eaters. And we don't know why. I think that the working theory is it was some sort of like Voldemort situation, and they thought if you said said the word bear, something bad would happen. I think that makes the most sense.
Like how theater people won't say Macbeth.
I didn't know that, but... Huh. I kind of thought the bear gave up. I didn't really think he would just be stalking me like that.
Oh my gosh, he's coming for you.
Give me that. I want your health. I think if that thing hits me like once, I'm out. I like this choice also. I like that bears are absurdly powerful.
Because they are. At least the brown ones, the little black ones that are in our woods aren't.
It's not only just that they are, but I feel like it's like in most of the games I play, bears are they're a fairly significant threat, but of course they're nowhere near as powerful as the undead you find in a crypt. Reverse here, right?
You got him.
Same with wolves. In a lot of the games I play, wolves are quite small even, and easily destroyed.
What should we eat with the duck? Or are we just going to eat straight protein?
Oh. See, like that would go in pretty far, but it could be. Actually, no, I think it is like around there. Oops. Look at that, like weird stealth. Like sometimes it feels like they can see me from a mile away, and this guy just did not notice me. I pick up every little thing, and let's see when Come on, let a. I have to. This guy wants his mom's pie. I know the recipe. Let me make it.
How'd you get his mom's pie recipe?
He was like, I wish I could have my mom's pie. And I was like, can you tell me how to make it? And he was like, sure, if you'll make it for me. And I was like, all right, I'll do that.
Alright, that's fair. What?
Was that not?
Well, I mean, I was like thinking, like, you just came upon a guy and he's like, I really wish I had my mom's
No,
pie.
I'm
and
not.
You were like, don't worry, I found her corpse over there.
No, I wasn't mad about that. I was talking about the bow shot, which I believed should have totally hit.
Yeah, I mean, you
But
suck.
it was like like I was just pointing right at him. He was right in front of me. Yeah. I'm taking the canine meat too. Fuck you. It smells so good.
You ready to eat?
I'd be so ready to eat.
Am I gonna serve you the food while you keep playing?
No, I would stop playing.
Oh.
I was gonna eat.
Well, it should be ready to cut into about now.
Okay.
Has it been like 10 minutes, right?
I don't know. It feels like it to me. But I'm in a sort of time loop.
Yeah.
I don't notice anything here.
I didn't look at the time when I came and sat back down, but I think it's been about 10 minutes.
Oh, God. Can I fell this tree with my woodcutters yet?
I saw that. What's that going on there?
Shows up on the stream as well. But it does. It's some sort of error with the streaming it to somewhere else because it doesn't show up on the ally.
It's not showing on the ally?
Nope.
Oh.
See, look at me. I try to figure out where the problem was coming from.
It's coming
pretty
from
quickly.
the El Gato capture card then.
Yeah. Hello, man.
Which is it's one of the most expensive capture cards.
Not my problem. Now scram before I lose my patience. Oh, really? Lucky for you. I'm always willing to.
I don't think this game has a charisma, but it has a perception instead, which I actually think that's fairly smart. All right, well, why would I do that? need this fucking thing to die. I'm sick of this why like think about if I spec'd into magic or swords here instead of being a bow guy.
Yeah.
Because I can just do this forever and she'll never catch me. But let's real quick show what. Oops. Let's go to the bow. Look at my stamina.
Can't get away from her fast enough.
Versus the amount of damage I'll do if I just. And then if I want to occasionally just.
Oh, she like wound up to hit you.
I was hit once.
Oh.
Oh no, come on. I was trying to demonstrate. Oh my god, I'm so sick of this encounter. Done with you. You beast. I would like to go, I'm gonna stop playing
We're
for
gonna
now.
stop now?
Yes,
Now it's time to eat.
and I would like to go to the bathroom and stuff.
Okay, goodbye.
Ugh, this game is so... Feel my face.
You do, you get so overheated.
I literally
Hot.
get...
Hot.
He gets overheated when he plays the game.
I have like an allergic... It's
allergic.
I have an allergic reaction to some stuff like this. It's also when I watch like children's cartoons or things that just generally make me feel like tired.
He has an allergic reaction.
I get like hot and feel slow. I'm gonna go over to the bathroom and stuff.